legends dwell, a ghost of the dragon, tales to tell, never fading, never gone. We stand tall, we carry on.
Mic check. What up? What up?
They ignite, always fight for what's right. Power limitless, we ascend, rise again, never bend.
Mic check. What up, y'all? The king is back.
Ninjetti rising in the night, protect, fight with all our might. Fearless spirits, warriors call, unstoppable, we stand tall. Go ninja, go through fire and rain, spirit of the one, conquer the pain, rise above, break
Time
the
to roll out. Let's go.
chain in our hearts, the dragon's reign, unstoppable might, we unite. Legends live in the fight, day or night, shining bright. We are the ghosts of the dragon's light.
Go, RiCaN's, Ranger. Ghost of the dragon, have no fear. Komodo dragon,
Hey.
Ranger is here.
Niggas love to jock that
Power of
RiCaN
the
music.
Ninjetti, we shall ride. Mighty Morphin time.
Ninjetti Radio,
Ninjas on
what
the
up?
ground. Don't get out of line. Cannot wait.
Grid, I'm
Fire
here.
in my eye.
Time to
Legends
jump in the
never die.
dragon sword. Let's go.
Ninjetti, we shall ride.
Still the king, bitch.
Go, RiCaN's, Ranger. Ghost of the dragon, have no fear. Komodo dragon, Ranger is here. Power of the grid, Ninjetti, we shall ride. Mighty Morphin time, ninjas on the ground. Don't get out of line, cannot wait time. Fire in my eye, legends never die. Ninjetti, we shall ride.
Hey. All right, y'all. You know,
Whoa.
we can't have a RiCaN show without the anthem. Mic check, system check. We here. I'm still on the hybrid system, getting it done. I'm trying to give y'all 2 shows a month, man, at least. but we've been overtime on the project. But let's get it. We can't get started without the anthem. They love to hate.
Saying my name again.
You know who it is. Y'all ready? We're gonna have a good show. I might go on cover. Y'all know my replay value is undefeated.
Yeah. Saying my name again is RiCaN's. Stalking my page, I see you creeping. Stay off that weed, you must be tweaking. Remember my name, that boy RiCaN's.
Hey.
Ditto me this, eat that by the bits while you mad, man. Too many subscripts, up, what? Never leaking my script, never that. Cause I'm all that, man, and a bag of chips. Whack ass Discord, you know I did the dips. I bagged you day one, booty fumbled your bits. Now the whole army, stay up on my dick. Real life problem, fuck this internet shit. Mr. Brazilian, I stay toe tag and keep yapping. All in remembrance of the dragon. You fucking with me? Yo, that shit'll never happen when you start seeing us in double, boy. You in trouble, bringing hell to the kitchen. Devil, come out and play. Boy, you better watch him out today. You can't stand the heat. Moving you out the way is the mission. We never see you as competition. That's RiCaN's.
Already know.
Saying my name again is RiCaN's. Stalking my page, I see you creeping. Stay off that weed, I must be tweaking. Remember my name, your boy RiCaN's.
Yeah. What up? What up? Boy RiCaN's. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let's chill with the music for a second. We back here now. It's funny because, like, mic check, system check. I guess it's time for the awkward monologue, right? So here we are. I'm sitting back. I'm looking at the grid as a whole, right? I'm looking where RiCaN's came from, what's going on, what people are making content about, the word on the street. And I'm chilling because what I see is a lot of what RiCaN's said was going to fucking happen is happening. So I'm going to enjoy it. This stream is basically going to be a recap of Ninjetti. Of course, we got Ninjetti leaks at the end. You know we got to put the universe in the shows because you guys, this is what differentiates me from all these bitch-ass motherfuckers that swear they're Power Ranger fans. We got so many AI teams out now. Everybody's using Skynet. RiCaN's did his music 3 months ago, redid everything in AI, and now everyone's using AI thumbnails. Everybody jocking RiCaN's and calling it something else. It is what it is. I'm here. We ain't going nowhere. The meter's running. Now I get paid to do this shit. This is the monster y'all created. It's too bad. Y'all can sit there, start your show with me, finish your show with me. It doesn't matter. I don't need to sit here and play this stupid ass fucking music video. You can go AI for AI all day. Motherfucker, I'm getting text messages, DMs from Power Rangers, bro, with paperwork coming for your stupid ass. I don't have to do nothing on top of what the fuck I got going on. Thinking you still gonna laugh in my face and make money off me. Like there ain't gonna be consequences. We don't need to talk about you. You're the one that needs to start your show and end your show with me all the fucking time. Because you got nothing. This whole pocket of the universe has nothing without RiCaN's. It doesn't matter who's watching, doesn't matter who's live. This is the house that RiCaN built. It's all fucking documented, bro. It's all documented. Okay. How I came in, how I started, the origins. Now we're starting to find out who JDF really was a couple years after he died. The fandom is still torn in half. I predicted all this shit. Here we are. So now that I'm the infamous RiCaN Ranger, life and shit has to change, right? Am I coming in okay? All right. So basically, I'm putting my flag down again because it's like, it doesn't really matter what I do. People are going to continuously get me fucked up out here, right? So now that I'm extending myself to other platforms and doing my thing out here in the internet verse, you know, my internet be interneting. We basically the walking truth serum, the antidote to all you bitch niggas on YouTube. You know, basically just trying to tear down Power Rangers. Y'all said it was dead. It's like y'all keep covering the past and all the bullshit and like trying to tear these people down. And like RiCaN is the only one that's literally providing a universe and a future and talking about building and creating something. So that's here nor there. We're going to get to all that. We're going to address all this Johnny Young Boss shit that's going on. We handled Walter last stream. The publishing company, the characters that got going on, the suit upgrades, where we're at with the content creation. For anyone who gives a fuck, I'm good. I'm handling my stuff, my real life stuff. You know, the job is good, the kids are good, court shit is good. We're moving forward. The content is good. We're cleaning up the other channels. We're monetizing Lord Ninjetti. I'm building a network. I got a cooking show coming with another girl. I've been interviewing and kind of, you know, screening streamers per se to add to the network, to add to the programming, because it's time to separate ourselves as a network. You know, Ninjetti is going to be a network out here and we're going to do our thing. So without further ado, I want to get everybody caught up. You guys know I can go out there. I'm long-winded. I'm off the top with it. Honestly, the reason why I don't do so many lives is because like it's the prep for these shits is like crazy work. And it's, I could go 7 hours and not talk about anything I plan on talking about. So it's, there is a skill in putting this shit together, right? So check this out. While everyone tries to have Power Ranger streams and talks about absolutely everything but Power Rangers, right? Fucking weirdos. Because no one really knows shit about them, or how to make them better, or how to do anything productive or creative with them, which is why they all jock RiCaN. It's all RiCaN News Network, because I run this shit. And, you know, it's all about the universe. And, you know, RiCaN don't look so fucking delusional, huh? So let's get you guys caught up. This is why Power Rangers, why we should give a fuck, right? Because a lot of people said it was dead. And if you really, really pay attention to where we're at, right? It's pretty popping. We got a reboot going on. We waiting on Disney. So a lot of things that are coming out now about JDF and other Power Rangers. And it's like the only drama you guys really have to feed off of now is the past. So you guys are going through Power Rangers, ripping up scabs and trying to figure out who's the asshole and play devil's advocate with a lot of this nonsense. Like, I'm just convinced you guys are not fans. You guys just want drama. I'm so confused. Like, why does it have to be Power Rangers? Why can't you guys just go somewhere else? Especially when none of you guys know shit about Power Rangers. And if you guys think you're going to talk about Power Rangers and not have to deal with me, you got another thing coming. So I'm the future of this shit. I will continue to be. And now I'm not saying shit. So I got this new video I want to react to before all the fake ass fucking Power Ranger content creators and all the fucking bullshit starts, right? I'm gonna get to it first because this is where we need to be at. My project, my series is for the fans. It's for the Power Ranger culture the shit that we should have got years ago. A lot of stuff is coming out now with the order and like just Power Rangers never really being what it was supposed to be, right? Isn't it a walking, huge kaiju monster size potential that never was, right? That's why we're here. So I'm going to get you guys caught up with Power Rangers. We're going to react to this video, and I'm kind of going to plug up where my universe is going to come in, what the plans are with Ninjetti. Like, we're not here to just fucking do drama and tear the fan base down. Like, Paramount just bought DC, right? Paramount owns how many franchises now? All this shit is becoming corporate nonsense. So I chose Power Rangers years ago because of saturation. Everything was Marvel, DC. It was like, where can I really spread my wings that I'm knowledgeable about? And my newfound skill with AI to kind of, you know, blueprint my universe. And now, you know, a wave that I started last year or 2 years ago is what I feel like I'm watching it become mainstream, which is crazy to me because as I was doing it, I was just being RiCaN and doing me and, you know, expressing myself. And, you know, the drama was really just, I'll be damned if I'm going to let people think they're not going to have consequences talking about me. So it really wasn't about crashing out or doing all this extra nonsense on other people's streams. Like, Renee really was the house that we were trying to build. And unfortunately, like, drama was kind of on her menu too and her forte. So I used that to get the initial buzz, but like the lines that were crossed and the places that were went, like, there's a reason why Discord now is checking IDs and now Instagram is taking away encryption to encryption messages. Like Snapchat, that shit's gone. So now they're going to be screening messages, looking at video chats and calls because of all this weirdo shit that be happening behind the scenes. And I've got everything. I've got all the proof of everything I've been through in this community. So I'm good. I'm taking over. I did nothing wrong. You people are a bunch of fucking weirdos. You're not Power Ranger fans. You're just like bored, weird, like just, I don't even know. Like a troll is a real thing, I guess. Like it's a type of fan. Like if people have nothing else better to be in life, then it's just to be a troll on the internet because it's easy to piss people off. And shit. Like it's just, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. But anyway, this is about Power Rangers. This is why we're here. This is why I'm here. This is why I've been MIA. I've been working. There's so much nonsense in this fandom that it literally took a year just to get here in this spot where I'm monetized. I'm actually making money now to do it. There's over a year of work in the project getting organized, redone, put in its place, blueprinted. Like, you guys wish you could come up with and provide the content I'm going to give you guys for the next year or two. And there's not going to be a lot being said about the project other than the stuff that I'm recapping, because I've given you guys so much that you haven't appreciated, that you don't understand, that is now happening now. That it's like the playback value for RiCaN and everything I've been saying, this RiCaN was right thing is going to be why the hats are going to sell. Because I tell the truth for me. I don't have to remember anything. I told you, I smoke too much weed to remember all the lies you tell people. Like, I would never be that person. And then y'all try to turn the weed into a crack pipe. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Just because y'all a bunch of sore losers and you can't think off the cuff or you can't create content. Like, I do real music. I don't need AI music. The only thing AI is my suits. That's it. I'm blueprinting my universe, my comic company, my universe. Like, y'all just a bunch of hating ass, stupid, fucking corny motherfuckers that got nothing going on. So everyone's going to try to make a YouTube channel, get monetized, and think they can spit on RiCaN on the way. So once paperwork starts hitting mailboxes, and it's not even from me, because I haven't even got to my shit. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm working on all the kids' legal shit now, my own place, my own stuff. I'm trying to get a house, my own loan for the business. I'm not worried. I'm not relying on you guys, fans' money for this project. And now you guys see all this stuff going on with Johnny. That's coming true. I'm going to react to that at the end. I saw it was a 4-hour interview. So this is going to be a long ass show. I'm going to give you guys a lot of RiCaN right now, because there's a lot of imitators. There's a lot of fabricators. There's a lot of bullshit going on right now. And RiCaN came in the same way I left, you know. So the throwing rocks, hiding your hands, like, nah, the accountability will always be here. This project, Komodo, all this shit is for the fans. I'm listening to the fans. So, you know, Boom Studios, Bat in the Sun, this is the same stories about all these people biting off each other. This person doing this, that person doing this, who did what. Everyone's trying to save Power Rangers so RiCaN don't look so crazy and delusional with all the jokes I came in the door, huh? So here we go. Let me stop my rambling. Check it out. Whether you're a Power Ranger fan or you're not, right? Welcome to RiCaN's world. This is going to catch you guys up, okay? This is basically what we're doing. We're taking the Power Ranger universe, and we're taking these guys right here, the Ninjetti, and we're making them the core nucleus of my universe. Okay, it's going to be called Phantoms, codename Phantoms right now, because like I said, this community's got a lot of thievery, it's got a lot of bullshit, you know, Tommy knockers, you know, clones. I mean, just now we got the Green Ranger series coming. Like, I'm waiting to see what Hasbro's doing. We waiting on White Dragon. Johnny's got things going on. Like, there's so much changing. AI is changing all the industries. So if you look at the timing, RiCaN's been here. I want to come over, go over some Battleizer stuff. I've seen a lot of Battleizer things being talked about when RiCaN debuted a Battleizer a year and a half ago. I want to highlight some AI artists that I'm working with, that I like, that I'm reaching out to. You know, animated series. There's so much going on. I don't need to come on here and do a live and tell you guys what I'm doing so y'all can hate on it and be stupid. I'm just going to let the grid do what they need to do. And the stuff that is going to stick, it's going to stick. And the stuff that doesn't is going to fall like the sack of shit it is. So let's get into it. This is Power Rangers 101. The mission is Ghost to the Dragon. We're trying to save this shit. We're revitalizing it. These guys can do it. This is the ancient spirit power of the Ninjetti. You got to watch the 95 movie, watch MMPR season 1 and 2, and then season 3 is where Ghost of the Dragon is going to start to branch off.
Japanese footage become a global phenomenon, and then slowly fade from the spotlight. In 1993, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers took the world by storm.
It's Morphin' time!
What started as an adaptation of Super Sentai quickly
this
became something entirely...
Basically is a complete history of Power Rangers. Shout to Acrimony. Fair use. We're going to react to this shit. This is going to catch you guys up. And then, we're going to plug and play and react to where Ghost of the Dragon is kind of going to interject and change shit.
New. It redefined what a Western superhero show could be. Power Rangers took over toy aisles, home video shelves, video games, and just about every kind of merch you can imagine. Power Rangers even made its mark.
So the thing about Power Rangers, like I said, I want to keep reacting so I don't get copyrighted. The thing about Power Rangers is every Power Ranger fan hopped on at a different season at a different time. So Power Rangers is unique into the fact that each season changed themes. So there's so much to dip in the cookie jar and work with, bro.
At movie theaters. And then, over time, it evolved. It endured tragedies, and eventually it slipped out of mainstream relevance. This video is going to look at every season of Power Rangers, plus the movies, the toys, and the moments that shaped this legendary franchise. So sit back and relax. This is the complete history of Power Rangers. In 1993, Saban took a huge risk with the original Power Rangers series, a risk that...
So if you don't know the history of Power Rangers, basically Japanese Spider-Man started a wave in Japan with robots and suits. They wanted to basically bring that shit into America. So they were seeing how popular Japanese Spider-Man was once they gave him a robot and stuff like that and gave him all these Japanese elements. So there's a great documentary about it, The Toys Among Us. Go watch the history of Power Rangers. You know, Stan Lee was on the wave early. That whole come up with how this show was made. It was a hybrid show, first of its kind, where they took Super Sentai footage, and they chopped it together with American footage and made a kids show based on Japanese culture and all this stuff. So Power Rangers has a crazy history.
Paid off massively. When this show debuted, there was nothing like it in the West, and its unique blend of superhero story and teen sitcom revolutionized kids' TV. Power Rangers followed a group of teenagers with attitude, chosen by their leader Zordon to defend Earth from the evil Rita Repulsa and her gang of alien monsters. This series used in-suit and mecha footage from Zyuranger, but created completely new identities for the Rangers and set the show in the city of Angel Grove. Starting out as a group of 5, these Rangers
basically, you could see Angel Grove is the main geographical location for Power Rangers. Ghost of the Dragon, my series, all that, everything is to the left. So basically, we're Stone Canyon. We're the story of the 3 that replaced the Rangers, what happened in the movie, all that. So without revealing too much, my shit is untouchable, bro. I've been writing this shit for years. I've been planning this shit since I met Jace. Like, you guys are not fucking with me, man, respectfully.
Used power coins to morph, and they were themed around dinosaurs. After each monster of the week was seemingly defeated, Rita used her magic wand to make these monsters grow into giant forms capable of mass destruction. To combat this, each ranger had their own Zord, and they combined these Zords
concept
to create
is like still holding up. All this shit is becoming so popular again.
The towering Megazord, a formidable fighting machine.
To the fall of the Power Rangers, I'll destroy you one and all.
Eventually, a new teenager named Tommy arrived in Angel Grove.
We got to catch y'all up, because if you don't know the history of the franchise itself, you don't really understand why the fan base is the way that they are and why we do what we do and why we love this shit so much.
Tommy was a martial arts expert, and he got along well with the group, especially Kimberly, but Rita wanted him to be her soldier. She put a spell on Tommy, turning him evil and making him the evil Green Ranger. This would kick off a multi-episode story arc that saw Tommy invade Zordon's command center and nearly destroy the Rangers. They eventually discovered his true identity and broke Rita's spell, redeeming Tommy and making him the 6th Ranger of the team.
It's morphin' time! Dragon Sword! Mastodon!
And if you do not remember or you weren't alive during this time, you gotta understand, when these toys and this show came out, it took over the world. I think the toys, there was a shortage in 93. Shit got crazy. I was there. It was nuts.
Triceratops!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Tyrannosaurus!
This is a great video. We're gonna enjoy this. I really wanted, like, as soon as it dropped today, I'm like, I did a show just based on this, because like this is like, the Power Ranger fans need to understand what's going on and where we're going with this shit.
Being the inaugural season of Power Rangers, the show kicked off the Zordon era and established the universe's continuity and mythology that later seasons would expand upon. This show was made on an extremely low budget, and Saban's reuse of Zyuranger's fight and mecha footage helped to keep costs low.
Everybody knows about the drama behind the scenes, being underpaid, you know, the color selection with the race. Power Rangers has so much drama within itself as a production. That's part of it right there.
Even reused footage of Bandora from Zyuranger with Machiko Soga's voice dubbed over. The actors also did a lot of their own stunts, since they were trained martial artists and gymnasts. The helmets used for the American footage were the actual props from Zyuranger, shipped over from Japan. But the original Green Ranger shield used in Japan was damaged in shipping, so a lower quality version.
So this is all knowledge for people, you know, just getting into the RiCaN Ranger stuff and wondering why, you know, this fan base is so crazy over this shit. It's because it's basically been in limbo for years. And then, you know, our pariah, our favorite Ranger for a lot of people, Jason David Frank, you know, self-deleted and took his own life. So mental health and bipolar and all this stuff and toxic communities that cover him and, you know, has become a thing. And this little pocket of the internet is making a lot of noise. And I want you guys to understand why we're here, why we got caught up in this shit, and what actually going on, because we're taking over and we're saving this shit little by little. And it's all unfolding in front of y'all, and y'all don't even know it.
Was made in America, and this is pretty obvious.
I'm going to tell you,
This show became a cultural phenomenon
was
practically
right, bitch.
overnight, and Saban would leverage the show's popularity into tons of merchandise like clothing, home videos, and of course toys. In fact, Bandai, the manufacturer of Power Rangers toys, had a hard time keeping up with demand,
probably drop
leading
the
to
link
massive
towards the end.
shortages during the 1993 holiday season.
The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, teenage defenders of the Earth, in a never-ending battle against evil space aliens with nasty attitudes. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, too hot.
I'm telling you, the toys went so crazy, bro. My boy had all the weapons, all the Zords, like hours we spent. We used to set up cones in the backyard and just like do putty fight scenes. Like Power Rangers was a movement, though.
The overwhelming popularity of the original season established the Power Rangers brand, and Saban had no intention of slowing down.
Look out, Rita, we're not backing down, we're the Power Rangers! I welcome you back, Firebird!
In 1994, Saban attempted to capture lightning in a bottle once again with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2. This season was a direct continuation, and the show continued to use the main suits from Zyuranger, but also transitioned towards the heavy use of footage from Dairanger over time. In this season, we were introduced to the evil Lord Zed, a terrifying new main villain that was created.
Oh man, Zed was crazy. Still one of the best villains of all time. Rita was good too, but Zed just added to that and made it that much better.
Just for Power Rangers, meaning he has no Japanese counterpart. He was made of skinless flesh and metal, and Saban actually got letters from angry parents because of how over-the-top and grotesque his suit was. Lord Zed represented a new level.
So I did bring a version of Zed back. I debuted him. He doesn't quite look like this, but it will be one of his forms. So I do love Zed as a character, though.
Full of enemy that the Rangers hadn't seen before.
Guess who's back?
I don't believe it.
Tommy ended up losing the Green Ranger power, but he eventually re-emerged as the White Ranger, based on Kiba Ranger from Dairanger. Jason, Zach, and Trini departed the show during the season due to contractual disagreements, and were replaced with
cutest Stone Canyon crew. These three right here, huge. Huge for the book. Now, the power transfer, I just dropped the Dairanger shit, right? Because we know that if you're a Power Ranger fan, the Dairanger suits weren't really used to their true potential, which is where the White Ranger suit came from. They did Rocky dirty, and now it's coming out that, you know, Johnny is more pivotal as a director and a production person, as a martial artist, a choreographer. Like, he's kind of been hands on and behind the scenes with everyone, with everything. And a lot of stuff is coming out how important he is, which is why, if you notice, I set the spot fund for $50K and made it about Johnny, because I knew he was the key. I knew he was the piece. I knew as soon as we lost Jason that the torch was basically going to this guy, because it kind of was his when Jason was here. If you think about it, now it's coming out, the stuff that they had together, you know, the 30K, all this shit that I'm finding out with this interview with Johnny. And now Johnny's got his own movies coming out and he's trying to be a director. He's like, where do you guys really think this shit is going to go? And of course, he don't want to be on camera with diddles. Like, come on, bro. You guys are not getting anything from Power Rangers. I'm going to make sure of it. So you're going to just continue to talk shit and be over there with commentary that nobody gives a fuck about because you're all a bunch of dweebs and fucking weirdos that ain't doing nothing but tearing it down instead of helping guys like me rebuild it. You want to pay weirdo diddlers over there and start circus fires and be a bunch of fucking dweebs and assholes. Y'all are on your own. Keep that shit far away from fucking me. Okay, we're here to save this shit. And these three right here are the main focus of my series. So, Stone Canyon boys, we here. Right? And Karen, hide the money, y'all. I'm going to fix your whole fucking career. You just got to, you know, in RiCan we trust.
Aki, Adam, and Aisha. Due to the success of the first season, Saban had a much larger budget per episode, allowing them to film fully original fight and Zord scenes. Season 2 was a ratings juggernaut. It continued to sell tons of toys and home videos, further solidifying Power Rangers as a pop culture phenomenon in the 90s.
Let's do it! hold up, Lord said. For now, talking Power Rangers and talking.
I'm telling you, these toys, the Green Ranger, White Ranger saga, all that shit, bro.
I must have that new Sega Power Rangers.
Bro, the games, every single piece of pop culture that Power Ranger touched was humongous at this time, bro.
Game.
Sorry, Rita. You'll have to buy it like everyone else.
Huh? Sega.
Power Rangers for Sega Genesis.
That
Also
game
available
was
for
the
Game Gear and
shit.
Sega CD. All sold separately.
The success of the franchise offered new opportunities for Saban to license the Power Rangers brand to other companies, and it was around this time that Power Rangers made its way to all major
So
game.
all of this point and all of this show is to basically like Power Rangers is mine, with or without the name, the brand. You know, I'm making it fully independent, R-rated, and I'm growing it up, and it's called something else, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. And I ain't saying shit no more because everyone's stealing from each other. Everyone's backstabbing each other. Even Jason, apparently, what he did to Johnny. So everyone's trying to make a movie and a saga, be the next best thing, and basically save this franchise or create something like it that can create the same kind of smoke, energy, and aura that Power Rangers does. Like, don't sit here and tell me there's not thousands of people trying to do this shit. There has been for years. And RiCaN's stamp on the wall is pretty damn fucking good. And it ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Good luck.
Game consoles with Power Rangers the game. Although the versions on different consoles differed from one another, they all offered fans a chance to play as their favorite characters from the show in an action-packed adventure. These games were in the side-scrolling beat-em-up genre and included some of the most famous elements of the show, like the famous morph sequence.
They need to bring back all this shit.
Industry-leading TV ratings, countless toy sales, and a video game, Power Rangers looked absolutely unstoppable.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers video game for you.
Bro, I don't know how many I gotta keep giving y'all for free, but there's no reason why we don't have a, like when PlayStation had the classics or the Xbox classics, which we're gonna cover the death of Xbox too. That's on for the show today. But we need the platinum hits, bro. The grid classics. We need a video game compilation of all the Power Ranger games. You know how they take all the Sonic games and they put out all those Sonic compilations? You can buy them all in one shot. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a Power Rangers compilation like console edition where we can have all the games in one spot. Y'all been fucking up.
Your Super Nintendo Entertainment System from Bandai.
And Bandai needs to come back, however that needs to happen.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, the power is
The moment Bandai starts making Power Ranger toys again, it's on like Donkey Kong, son.
on June 30th.
In 1995, Saban took Power Rangers to the big screen for the first time with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, riding the massive popularity of...
Now, this is a big shift right here. This is important because the 95 movie is basically the bulk of the canon. The journey through the forest of fortitude, the temple, all of that. So Buru is the ancient bull. Sakaar is the gorilla. Toku is the Zordon of the saga. That's like Legends of the Hidden Temple. He's like a face in the rock, kind of like Megaforce. And these are the hidden ancients. They're directly connected to the ancients, you know, Pegasus, Griffin, all the mythological creatures from times old, you know what I mean? And the Ninjetti are the ancient ninjas, the first team, the animal spirit team, the power that can't be killed. It can't be stolen. It can't be dissipated. So the Ninjetti power, because they're spirit-based, are important. And that's why I chose to use them as the nucleus of this universe. Because to be able to tap into your spirit animal and your spirit powers is what separates the theme from everything else. And I just love that about it. And who doesn't love fucking ninjas, bro? And Power Rangers, come on.
The TV show, this theatrical release
Some of the best
marked a major
themes with a
milestone
ninja
for the
theme.
franchise, bringing the Rangers into a larger-than-life cinematic world. Unlike the show, the movie featured completely original footage and production, filmed with a much higher budget and with new, more detailed suits and Zords. Saban wanted to prove that Power Rangers could stand shoulder to shoulder.
And Ivan Ooze is back. I already debuted on the last episodes. Oscar P. Slime. He's a Kraken. Basically, what happens at the end of the 95 movie, all the comet pieces from the comet that blew up Ivan fall into the ocean and, you know, basically find its way to the Kraken. So Ooze gets reincarnated as in the Aquitar saga as a Kraken. So Ninjetti leak.
Shoulder with other blockbuster franchises of the era.
Don't jock my shit. Or feel the wrath of RiCaN.
He's so handsome.
Why, thank you.
The film follows the Rangers as they face a brand new villain, Ivan Ooze, an ancient and powerful being who's released from his prison after thousands of years. Ooze, played by Paul Freeman, was a completely original creation with no Super Sentai counterpart. A sarcastic purple sorcerer who steals the show with his over-the-top personality.
One of the best villains of all time, still holds up.
After he destroys the command center and strips the Rangers of their abilities, the team is forced to travel to a distant planet to seek a new power. It's here that they meet Dulcia, a warrior who helps them unlock the power of the Ninjetti, granting them new animal-based powers.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. We gotta pause it there because this is the future of Power Rangers. Always has been, always will be. And I'm the #1 person who's been saying it since I became a Power Ranger fan 30 years ago. When I saw this 95 movie and I saw these ninja suits, I said, oh my God, this is peak. Prime Rangers right here. So the fact that season 3 started to switch it up, and then when it went to Zeo and then it went to Turbo, I was fucking heartbroken. Because how do you look at this and the Ninja stuff like the Ninjetti Temple, Spirit Animal? What I'm doing now baffles my mind how no one thought to do this shit back in 95 and expand on these motherfuckers right here. I guess it was just meant for RiCaN. All roads lead to RiCaN.
And Zords.
Adam, what's wrong?
My frog.
This event is going to teach you how you can get started investing in real estate for as little as a few $100s.
I mean, that's just how I feel, you know? I mean, Ninja Storm, you know, a lot of the best themes are either the Ninja theme, the Dino theme. Like, it's obvious. That's what we got to go back to formula.
Instead of spandex, the fight choreography was flashier, and the production value was unlike anything fans had seen from Power Rangers.
Man, they were overheating.
The film
like crazy,
even replaced the practical Megazord models with full CGI, a cutting-edge choice at the time. Although the effects haven't aged.
Which, like I said, Hasbro, we need a special edition 95 movie. I don't know what y'all are waiting for. Grab a team, redo the CGI, and re-release a special edition of the 95 movie with all that shit redone, bro, and count the bread. Thank you, RiCaN.
Well. But for kids in the 90s, seeing the power...
Do the old Star Wars formula. That's what we're doing. That's what Ghost of the Dragon is. I'm taking George Lucas's vision, one of my greatest inspirations and mentors. Him, JDF, Johnny, Bruce Lee, obviously, Stan Lee, Todd McFarlane. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, this is what we here for, dog.
Power Rangers on the big screen with larger-than-life visuals was an unforgettable experience.
Wait,
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie was a box office success, but not a massive one by Hollywood standards. Critics were lukewarm, but for fans, it was everything they could have wanted. A full-blown cinematic adventure featuring the colorful heroes they had grown to love. The movie's events were considered...
And honestly, Power Rangers still is so slept on because they're trying to get it right, but they're so tired of wasting money on it. So as soon as y'all done flipping and flopping and doing all this fuck shit, Ghost of the Dragon will pull up and be like, boom, we're here. This is what we were meant for.
Non-canon.
This is called destiny.
The TV continuity, but it helped cement the Rangers as a true pop culture icon of the decade. Between the merchandising, the soundtrack, and the sheer spectacle, the film captured the height of Power Rangers' popularity and proved that the brand had real staying power beyond just television.
Now at McDonald's, you can buy your own action figure in Ninjazord. 6 sets in all. They're here to save the world. Sir?
Yes? You gonna eat all those fries?
Couldn't we just talk about this?
Silence! Words have no meaning on a planet under the cape of war.
Of course, we're going to have the Beetleborgs and the Cayman Rider crossover, too.
Hold on a second.
In 1995, Power Rangers entered its third season, the final chapter of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers era.
This is where everything started to go wrong. This is why I chose to pick it up right here.
Season pushed the show to new creative heights and blended original footage with Japanese material from Kaku Ranger. It was the most ambitious season yet, with a darker tone, higher production value, and long-form storytelling that connected multiple episodes together, something rarely seen in kids' TV at the time.
Ninja power now!
There goes that Ninjetti morph. Yes, sir.
Season 3 introduced the ninja powers. Unlike the movie, this storyline...
And here where we're at. This is exactly where Ghost of the Dragon is going to flash back to. So a lot of the comic series and a lot of the stuff we're writing, when it starts to plug up holes and fill in the canon, this is going to be a lot of the base of the timeline.
Had the Rangers gain their new powers from Ninjor, a wise and eccentric being. Each Ranger received a new animal spirit: ape, crane, bear, wolf, falcon, and frog, along with the powerful Ninja Zords. This new theme gave the Rangers a fresh look and took the series in an interesting new direction. And
the way that we evolved all this shit is untouchable. I'm sorry. You look at my page, you look at my stuff. I challenge anyone to come on my show. Bring your AI universe. I see a lot of you clones and RiCaN babies out here with all your AI teams and all your shit going on. And come see the king, because I'm not just going to sit up here and talk my shit. I'm also going to back it up. I love to do universe battles. We love to talk about this shit. That's why we're doing this episode. So we're basically giving you guys an hour recap of 30 seasons and 30 years in an hour, like, just to catch everybody up. This is a checkpoint. This is a waypoint for RiCaN's world now. If you don't know about Ghost of the Dragon, you know, it's if you know, you know. Do your homework, do your research now. This is bigger than life for me.
A lot of the time when they were fighting while unmorphed, they were wearing their new ninja outfits. They also gained access to shiny new metallic armor, increasing their power when activated.
This calls for metallic armor. Metallic armor!
And if you look at the RiCaN Spot Fun suit, the iridescent blackish green thing he got going on, that's a metallic power-up. That's why I did that. I threw the crazy iridescent body shop paint on Komodo just to kind of like homage to this shit.
Zordon's right. Master Bile won't rest until he has the crystal. We've got to destroy
There's so
it
many
it never
Easter
falls.
eggs and stuff I'm throwing in the universe. Like, this shit is going to be built for the fans, and it's going to be built to last. I took my fucking time, bro. And I'm paying attention to where Jason went wrong, where his mistakes were. We're going to make that shit with Johnny right. I'm the new Dragon Ranger now. Come on. I just got DMs and screenshots from basically the family yesterday. I don't need to say who it is. I'm plugged up. I'm plugged in like the cable guy. Like, I'm good. There's no network or nothing that happens Rangers without RiCaN knowing anymore.
To evil hands.
The season also expanded the villain roster, introducing Master Vile, who was Rita Repulsa's father, and Rito Revolto.
And Diddles the Grid will never fuck with you. You're not allowed over here, bro. And time is going to keep showing that. You're just going to be yelling and pissing in the wind, bro. Fuck you.
Who added a lot of humor to the series formula. By this point, Power Rangers had become a pop culture titan, but the production was starting to show signs of fatigue. The sheer pace of filming, often nearly year-round, combined with heavy reliance on
the fall off
footage,
was so
forced
real,
Saban
bro.
to innovate in ways few Western productions ever had.
Co-producer is going to give you unique
The
sounds that
fall off
actually
was so real for me after season 3. We lost Kimberly. The Ninjetti powers went Dunsky. You know what I'm saying?
Power's all yours now.
Season 3 saw an increased focus on character arcs, like Kimberly's emotional departure from the team. Catherine, played by Catherine Sutherland, stepped in as the new Pink Ranger, a transition that mirrored how
Turbo
the show
didn't
was
do it for
maturing
me.
alongside its audience.
It did later as I get older.
Aliens. And now, the Power Ranger Fighting Edition video game with Ninja Megazord and Shogun Megazord for your Super NES.
I remember all of this.
Season 3 was a relative success, but it was becoming clear that Power Rangers needed to go into new territory if it was going to stay relevant. Power Rangers Season 3 ended on a cliff.
Like, a lot of shit has to be gone back to, redone, refocused on, dived into a little bit. Like the Ninjetti lore that we're making and we're writing right now, it's cool because like I'm going back to all the suits are like pinpoints on the wall. And then you connect them through what you write and you make the panels and you do what you got to do. And it's all coming together so crazier than when I initially blueprinted it. So to come back to it and re-put it all together, update suits, make it make sense, and put Easter egg, and like it's so much fun. I'm having so much fun again doing this shit. You guys cannot move this. You cannot shake this because I'm such a Power Ranger fan that the shit that I'm writing, that I just know, I can almost feel how it's going to hit the grid. I'm connected to this shit because I'm one of those fans and those guys that is so sick of the corporate companies and the people who own this shit not giving the people who spend their hard-earned money to support it, give them what they want from it. The nerve of you niggas, like honestly. So this project is not like, oh, I just want to make money being a Power Ranger or saving power. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the money, bro. This brand legitimately, like, that's why so many people are trying. If you can take this concept of Sentai, robots, suits, spandex heroes per se, and successfully create the lane that the bootleg universe tried to do, almost pulled off, not quite. Shout to you know, everybody involved with the Vanderbeek stuff. Like, I always thought it was weird to see him in that bootleg thing, but now that he's gone and look back at it, it was like, it's cool. It's cool. I'm glad that he has that on his resume. I've been watching a little bit of Dawson's Creek too, as like a homage. So, you know, that was crazy. So it's needed. We're all grown, man. We got to grow this shit up.
Finger as the Rangers were turned into kids.
And this is where the powers kind of just dissipated. And obviously, all right, so movie 2, book 6 through like, I want to say 9. I'm going to do like book 1, 2, and 3, and then like 4 through 6, and then 7, 8, and 9, and then 9 through 12. So like every 3 books, there's going to be some crazy like plot addition or like twist, you know. So me and Sam are going to do another interview. I'm going to bring Sam back. But the Alien Rangers here are going to have a pivotal moment, a shift, and a recognition that needs to happen for the Aquitar stuff to work. But I got big plans for the Alien Rangers and just Aquitar as a universe. So if you're a fan and you really think Power Rangers dropped the ball as far as like expanding on the Alien Rangers, I feel the same way. So we're going to handle that.
Early 1996, Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers wrapped up the Mighty Morphin saga while paving the way for what came next.
I told y'all don't fuck with me with this Power Ranger shit. I really do this shit. Y'all can claim to be Power Ranger shows all you want, but you got to come box with the guard because I'm a fan first. So this is where y'all bow down and just blow me and leave me alone because you just, without RiCaN, you know you motherfuckers have nothing because I can just come up here and be RiCaN. That's why all this left is lies and bullshit and just harassment. So this is non-negotiable. Leave me the fuck alone so I could do what I do. You lying piece of shit. You could never be me.
Story picks up
Why
right
the
after the
fuck would
Rangers
we
are
wanna
turned
be
into kids,
you?
leaving Earth defenseless. In their absence, Zordon summons a new team of heroes from the water-based planet Aquitar, the Alien Rangers. Unlike any team before them, these Rangers were literal aliens who required constant hydration to survive on Earth, adding a unique...
All of this, like, this is all opportunities to turn this shit into some crazy sci-fi. You heard the Johnny interview. They were like, make it sci-fi, make it sci-fi. You have to be able to write that shit. Even if you're a writer in the business, right? Not only do you got to battle AI writing shit for everyone, but you have to make your shit stick out better than all the computers and Skynet and all the AI shit and everyone else competing in that realm.
Sci-fi twist to
Not
the formula.
easy.
The show borrowed heavily from Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger, using its suits and
Everybody
fight
want to
footage,
be
but
that
Saban
guy,
built an
though.
original story
Yeah.
around these temporary replacement Rangers, the first non-human Rangers in Power Rangers history.
And the evil plan you have is about to be foiled. You'll wish you've never been hatched.
Alien
And
Rangers.
obviously, like the toys and the series and all that shit has to connect. It has to hit. These companies are not going to want to invest in all these shows and do all this shit. And then the toys don't move. And even for the adults, the statues, the high level shit too for the adults. It's all got to make sense. It's all got to move.
And battle boards from Bandai.
Meanwhile, the young versions of the Mighty Morphin team embarked on their own quest to find the Zeo crystals and return back to their normal age. Along the way, young Aisha met a girl named Tanya who would eventually serve as her replacement on the team.
So obviously,
Everything that's happened today.
there's the bull. Yo, listen. This is where the Nakia, Aisha, basically everyone want to shit on these two, but I'm basically taking, I'm not even trying to be funny. The 2 girls, 1 cup situation that the grid try to hand them and always shit on them and they don't respect these two. But this character arc right here, Aisha's gonna retire to the forest, and then the Boogie with the Bear shit is gonna be a joke turned into something almost like a pack, like a Cree amongst the forest of fortitude in the village, and she's gonna be kind of like an ancient and overseer between like she's gonna be a blend of like wild fury and mystic force. And her and Cuzzo, Battle Bear, she's gonna pass the torch to Cuzzo. So she's gonna be Boogie with the Bear and retire as the bear, but she's gonna watch over the village as an ancient. So when she's not running around with Adam Park doing SPA type shit, she basically has a village in the cut, lives off grid in the forest, and past her bear powers and is an overseer. So I have a cool way for these two to really step up, and then Nakia can go as far as she want with her Zeo upgrades, and we got battleizers dropping, they're getting popular and shit like that. So we're moving with the wave, bro. We're not
I know
playing
it's gonna
games.
take a while for me to get the hang of things.
Don't worry. We'll be there to help you every step
I
of the
know
way.
how to write my
Mighty Morphin Alien
sci-fi
Rangers
shit.
was an ambitious 10-episode experiment
Don't play
with
with me.
serialized storytelling and a fresh roster of heroes. It wasn't as popular as the main series, but it played a crucial role in connecting the Mighty Morphin era to what came next. It marked the end of Power Rangers' first chapter, closing the
Wanna
book on the
chop,
show
who's
that
scared of
started it all, and setting the stage for the next evolution of the franchise.
Fucking Power Rangers.
Teammate, I need your support.
Oh, what?
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Is this stream private? No way. Hold on a second.
You have now become the Power Ranger Zeo, the next level in the fight against evil.
In 1996, Power Rangers Zeo marked the first major evolution of the franchise, a full-on reinvention that proved Power Rangers wasn't just a fad. After 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin, the series needed a fresh start, and Zeo delivered exactly that. Picking up right where Alien Rangers left off, the Rangers returned to their original ages, but lost their powers when the command center was destroyed. Out of its ruins, they discovered the Zeo Crystal, a powerful artifact that became the source of their new abilities. With new suits, new weapons.
So obviously the Zeo is going to be a transition we're working on, because the Zeo Crystal is like the core basis of the technology too, because like Wakanda and Vibranium. So this is where the Vibranium arc comes in. So basically you're swapping out Vibranium with Zeo Crystal. All right. Okay. It says my live is public. That's weird. The StreamYard is telling me it's private with the YouTube. All right. This shit is tripping. All right. So, I'm trying to share the link and it's not letting me, which is weird. Moving on. All right, let's continue with the Zeo
in a sleek new look. Zeo was a literal and symbolic rebirth, one that redefined the Power Rangers for a new era.
Power Rangers Zeo!
Now,
This time, the Rangers faced the Machine
I
Empire.
know Zeo has its fans, but I'm not really a Zeo fan. But check this out, right? I know how important it is. So I'm like, Zeo's got to be done right. Because if it's not done right, the fanboys, they're going to chew it up.
Led by King Mondo, Queen Machina, and their robotic army intent
I'm
on
trying to
conquering
get y'all the
Earth.
link
The
through the
tone was
chat.
slightly darker and more serialized, with higher stakes and a more mature atmosphere. Each Ranger's new Zeo subcrystal granted unique powers, creating a clear sense of individuality within the team. Tommy returned as the Red Zeo Ranger and team leader, joined by Rocky, Adam, Tanya, who replaced Aisha, and Kat. Instead of being a Ranger, Billy served as a team advisor, before eventually leaving Earth and being written off the show due to what actor David Yost described as mistreatment behind the scenes. The season also brought back familiar faces like Bulk and Skull for comic relief, maintaining the show's balance between action and humor. One of the most exciting developments came later in the season with the return of Jason.
Yep, that was a big deal. Gold Ranger was definitely a big
Original
deal.
Red Ranger, who reappeared and became the Gold Ranger after the power was given to him by Trey of Triforia. This was a major event for longtime fans, giving the series a sense of
All right, let me
legacy
try
and
to do it
continuity.
this way.
Yeah, I can feel it.
His golden armor and power staff became instant fan favorites, and his return helped bridge the old and new generations of Power Rangers. Behind the scenes, Zeo was a creative reset for Saban. The production team switched from Kaku Ranger footage to O-Ranger footage, giving the series a fresh visual identity. The show's marketing also positioned Zeo as a bold new beginning rather than just another season.
I don't know,
While
man.
it didn't reach
Zeo
the same
didn't do it
cultural
for
peak
me.
as Mighty Morphin,
But I
Zeo
know,
proved that the
like-
franchise could evolve and still captivate audiences. It proved Power Rangers could survive off of more than just nostalgia. It could reinvent itself and continue to find success going forward.
Action feature evil space aliens and Zeo Rangers from Bandai.
I don't
Unleash
know,
the
man.
power.
Listen, I know before we get to Turbo, right? I know Zeo has to be done right because Zeo has its own fans. So like I said, Zeo, it just has to be done right. So what I'm gonna try to do is, let's see here. I'm trying to get you guys the link. But as I digress, let's keep going.
In Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, the Power Rangers are back and ready for action.
There's a lot of new stuff in this movie.
In 1997, Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, hit theaters as the bridge between Power Rangers Zeo and the upcoming Power Rangers Turbo TV series. Unlike the 1995 Mighty Morphin film, which existed outside the show's continuity, Turbo was canon, directly continuing the Rangers
you go,
story
guys.
and
Here's the
setting
link.
up the next generation of the franchise. The movie introduced
I had
audiences
to go
a
the
new
long way.
threat, new powers, and even a new Ranger, all while maintaining the show's core themes of teamwork and adventure.
Red Lightning Turbo Power!
The story follows the Rangers as they face Divatox, a ruthless space pirate seeking to free the ancient demon Malagor from his...
So Divatox is a big character in my book. Divatox, Atira. I'm telling you, the villains, just how you see a lot of the chicks are coming out crazy fire, because, you know, I'm very intricate. I feel like if the girl characters are done very, very well, it'll bring the right male attention and the right male characters to build around it. You know what I mean? It's just a symbiotic relationship between male and female with both fan bases, you know?
volcanic prison. When the Rangers lose their Zeo powers, they gain new vehicle-themed turbo powers. Tommy,
And
Kat,
I'm a
Adam,
mechanic.
and Tanya
I'm a mechanic. I love cars now as I'm older. I spent a lot of my life working on cars. So then obviously the shit with Blake. So I've grown to like turbo, and I've already done a little bit of turbo work and fallen in love with it. So I plan on spinning the block with it and finishing it and doing it right. Nakia, Blake, Johnny, they're all going to have master morphers and multiple powers. So the Rangers with multiple forms, we're going to have some fun with this shit.
as the main team, joined by newcomer Justin, a young boy who becomes the Blue Turbo Ranger after an injury sidelines Rocky. The film's mix of fantasy, adventure, and humor made it a unique link between the previous era of Power Rangers
Which this
and what
movie,
was coming next.
man, I would love to
Yes, we're your friends.
I don't have any friends.
The car shit's dope. It needs to be
While
done
Turbo, a Power
properly,
Rangers
you know?
movie, underperformed at the box office and received mixed reviews, it was a crucial turning point for the franchise. It introduced Divatox and the Turbo Powers, plus it set up storylines for the TV series. Today, it's remembered as a divisive but
We're gonna do
important
the
moment in
Zords
Power
right.
Rangers history, the end of one era and
Yo,
the
the Black
uncertain
Party's
beginning
back.
of another.
She hurt her leg. She's like, unconscious. I have to find and help her. Then, just when you thought it was
Rest in
over,
peace.
I have to fight an alligator. Then after the alligator, just when you thought the alligator was over, no, I'm just kidding.
Bulk and Skull gotta come back. You already know. It's good that Johnny's with
Picking up directly
all the
after
time.
Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, Turbo the series was a deliberate attempt to retool the brand for a younger audience. The season began with the familiar lineup of Tommy, Kat, Adam, and Tanya, joined by Justin, the youngest Ranger in the show's history. Once again, their main enemy was Divatox, a comically over-the-top space pirate whose flamboyant personality gave the show a new flavor of villainy. Early episodes carried over the adventurous tone of Zeo, but over time the series leaned into humor and simplicity, reflecting Saban's effort to attract new, younger viewers.
Power Rangers, the legacy continues.
So basically, like, I love how this video is like, shout out to this guy. It chops through the universe perfectly. So I can interject where Ghost of the Dragon is kind of going to spin off and fill holes and plug in the Ninjetti stuff.
Midway through the season, most of the team was replaced. Tommy, Kat, Adam, and Tanya passed their powers on to a completely new generation. TJ, Cassie, Carlos, and Ashley. It was a risky, creative move that divided fans, but symbolized the show's willingness to evolve. While the original Rangers are legendary, especially Tommy, TJ and Cassie are two of my personal favorite Rangers in the franchise, and I think they're really underrated overall.
Shift into turbo.
Despite its flaws, Power Rangers Turbo delivered some unforgettable moments, from its creative Zord designs to its surprisingly bleak finale that saw the power chamber destroyed, along with the Rangers, defeated and fleeing into space, except Justin, who stayed behind on Earth. It was a bold, cinematic ending that perfectly set the stage for Power Rangers.
Good luck, Rangers.
Turbo was a bumpy ride that went through a lot of change over the course of the season, but its suspenseful ending was the stuff of legend, and there were a lot of things to love about the journey.
Each Turbo Ranger figure comes with its own key to activate its unique, awesome double movement action feature. Let's do it! Shift into Turbo with key double action Turbo Rangers and evil space alien figures from Bandai.
So obviously Turbo, that Dark Sector, I think that's Dark Sector, right? Turbo's going to get some love. It has to. So Turbo's going to be a pivotal season. And it's going to be a fan favorite that has to be shown the type of love. So Zeo and Turbo are going to be big in the series.
Of his powers. As his strength drains, the lava will rise, extinguishing the power forever.
In 1998, Power Rangers in Space arrived as a bold reinvention of the
The
franchise,
one that
picking up
supposedly
directly after
changed
the
the game
destruction of the power chamber in Turbo.
and
The story
revived
follows
everything.
TJ, Cassie, Carlos, and Ashley as they head into space. It's here that they encounter Andros, the Red Space Ranger from the distant planet KO-35, who reluctantly joins forces with them to protect the universe from a new villain named Astronema. For the first time, Power Rangers felt like a true serialized sci-fi adventure, with ongoing storylines, real stakes, and emotional weight. They even had a crossover with the Ninja Turtles.
It's time for some shell shock! What are those things? I can't believe it, but I think they're...
It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles!
The season introduced fans to some of the franchise's most iconic elements: the Astro Megaship, the Psycho Rangers, and the sleek, futuristic Space Ranger suits. The tone was darker and more cinematic, and the writing reflected a clear effort to grow with the audience that had stuck with the show since Mighty Morphin. Eventually, they also added Zane, the Silver Ranger. Andros' personal story, including his search for his long-lost sister Corone, who was later revealed to be brainwashed into becoming Astronema.
All right, so Space has its own fan base too. So this is where a lot of people jumped on the train with Space, and arguably the best season. Because at this time, Power Rangers was really like not what it used to be, and really was dying. So at this time, this was the Star Wars of Power Rangers back then.
Added real emotional depth to the show. The series built toward a massive galactic conflict that united nearly every major villain the franchise had ever seen up to that point. By the end of the season, In Space delivered what many fans still consider the finest moment in Power Rangers history, the two-part finale, Countdown to Destruction.
Now, obviously, you guys saw the battleizer there in the spacesuits. So the battleizers is nothing new. So we're going to get to those later in the show in the Ninjetti Leaks.
Destroys Zordon's energy tube, unleashing a wave of good energy that wipes out the forces of evil across the universe. It was the emotional and thematic conclusion to the entire Zordon era, wrapping up 6 years of storytelling that began all the way back in Angel Grove.
Imagine where your next space adventure will take you with the battleized Power Rangers in Space and Galactic Rovers, each sold separately from Bandai.
Power Rangers in Space.
I'm telling you, Bandai needs to come back. I don't know what Bandai's doing, where they're at business-wise, or what's going on with the Power Ranger unity or business amongst you two, but the Bandai comeback would break the algorithm.
Redefined what a Power Rangers series could be. This show had heartfelt drama, interesting sci-fi elements, and mature storytelling. It proved the show had evolved beyond its campy roots while still paying homage to them.
Great.
The series' success reignited the brand and set a new creative standard, one that future seasons would chase for years to come.
That's what happens when you're ahead of the game.
How did I get here?
That's a long story.
Yo, so it's fun for me right now because I've been so focused on the ninja, forest, temple, like the geographical locations of Ghost of the Dragon that get into the cosmic shit of it with the space, the GPDs, the SPDs. We're going to start diving into the sci-fi aspect that Johnny was struggling to get into. Like, it's within Power Rangers. If you look, like, Power Rangers can easily be Star Wars. That's why I gave RiCaN a lightsaber. So as I digress, I'm having a blast converting this shit.
In 1999, Power Rangers Lost Galaxy took the franchise in a fresh new direction.
Lost Galaxy has a ton of potential, by the way, ton of potential.
Reboot of the series. Gone were the familiar faces of Angel Grove, and they were replaced with a completely new cast, a new setting, and an interesting new story. Adapted from Ginga Man, Lost Galaxy was set aboard the massive space colony Terra Venture, humanity's first attempt to find a new world among the stars. The series followed a team who acquired the mystical Quasar Sabers, ancient weapons that granted their wielders the ability to become the Galaxy Rangers.
Yeah, yo, crazy.
The new team faced the insectoid forces of Scorpius.
Lost Galaxy deserves a rewatch. If you're not a Lost Galaxy fan, I mean, it's got Serena Vincent too. Yank, stop playing.
And later his daughter Trakina, whose quest for power made for one of the franchise's most memorable villain stories. The season blended action, space
the Charlie Brown season,
fantasy, and emotion in ways no previous season had before. It was also the first to feature a Ranger's death. Kendricks, the Pink Ranger, who sacrificed herself to save the others after actress Valerie Vernon had to leave production due to a real-life illness.
I'm okay. I'll always be here.
Yo, Force Ghost, let's get it.
The departure and later triumphant return gave Lost Galaxy a level of depth and humanity that elevated it beyond a simple superhero show. After an exciting crossover with the Space Rangers, Kendricks was replaced with Caron, formerly Astronema from Power Rangers in Space.
Here come the Power Ranger baddies, bruh.
Also featured was the Magna Defender, based on Ginga Man's Bull Black, who served as an anti-hero driven by revenge before sacrificing himself and passing on the Magna Defender powers to a soldier named Mike.
Yo, so the Magna Defender was all Lost Galaxy lore.
The Magna Defender Collection. Batteries not included, each sold separately from Bandai.
Never, I even got to go back. Like, this is what I'm saying. I enjoy the recap. Now I'm going back into space, Lost Galaxy, that kind of like, you know, because we got to add the psychos in there too.
Lost Galaxy ends with the Rangers defeating Trakina for good, destroying the last major threat to Terra Venture and ending the war with the forces of evil. With the mission complete, Terra Venture successfully reaches its new homeworld, and the Rangers go their separate ways, closing out the season. By the end of its run, Lost Galaxy stood as a major milestone in Power Rangers history. Its cinematic storytelling, impressive production design, and willingness to take risks.
And we're only, what, 3-4 seasons in? I'm like an hour show already. Like, bro, there's so much in Power Rangers. It's like, how can you not have faith in this franchise compared to everything else is Marvel and DC? Like, and we're gonna get into the Marvel shit later if we got time. Like, I'm telling you, Midnight Suns. I'm gonna start doing some Midnight Sun conversions, some coverage. Like, it's no coincidence we announced Duck Devil, and then there's a Darkwing Duck comeback now. It's like I feel like I can't even open my mouth or say anything because my comic book shit, like the comic book community is cool, but y'all a bunch of biters, man. Anytime I kind of get inspiration from someone else, I show love and I bow down. Like, yo, his shit made me create a version of my shit. It was like, that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Everyone has their ways. It's just acknowledging giving it up. You know what I mean? Like, that's all. Let's all make shit together. Let's uplift the community, the grid itself, you know?
Set a new creative standard for the franchise. This show told self-contained stories with real emotion, tragedy, and growth, laying the foundation for every standalone season that followed. The opening of this show was an absolute banger, one of my favorites in the franchise. Serena Vincent, who played Maya, also went on to have relative success within Hollywood. The format of Lost Galaxy was a huge risk for Saban, but it created the blueprint for all future seasons going forward.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44.
Just got the baddies on the low. We've been saying it.
You'd make it here. Kendricks!
Lightspeed!
Even Lightspeed, like an intergalactic, like space rescue team, like ASJ spent a little time with Light Rescue since he was a paramedic, you know? Hint, hint, why not? That'd be ill.
In 2000, Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue
Upgrade
debuted,
them though.
adapted
Give them, like,
from
some
Go-Go
gear.
5. Set in the coastal city of Mariner Bay, the story followed an elite emergency response team. The Lightspeed Rangers
All these
combine
early
advanced human
seasons deserve a
technology with the
rewatch,
power
you
of
know?
the ancient Lightspeed morphers, creating a grounded,
What I love about Rangers, it's got a flavor for everybody.
militarized spin on the Power Rangers format that felt more like a rescue drama fused with superhero action.
Ceremony's over, Ben Shira.
We're here to make sure of that.
The team, made up of Carter, Dana, Joel, Chad, and Kelsey,
Yo, the
were trained
jackets can be a
professionals.
thing.
Firefighters, medics,
Right? The jackets being the morphers and shit can be a thing, you know? Dope.
pilots, and divers. Their battle against Queen Benshira and her legion of demons brought a darker tone to the show, with striking visuals of hellish monsters invading a city defended by humans. Lightspeed Rescue also introduced the first Ranger that was exclusive to Power Rangers and had no counterpart in
Titanium Power.
Super Sentai. The Titanium Ranger, Ryan Mitchell, whose story of redemption after being manipulated by evil remains one of the franchise's strongest character arcs. His introduction proved that Power Rangers didn't have to rely solely on its Super Sentai source material to tell compelling stories.
Word. For an iconic moment, obviously.
The Deluxe Lightspeed and Super
First
Training
American
Megazords,
Ranger,
each sold
technically.
separately from Bandai.
Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue ends with the Lightspeed Rangers defeating Queen Banshira and sealing the demons away for good. With the threat eliminated, the Rangers return to normal lives,
pretty
knowing
much.
they save the world with courage and teamwork. By blending a new level of realism with fantasy elements, Lightspeed Rescue gave the series a renewed sense of maturity. It was a season defined by courage, teamwork, and sacrifice, one that grounded the larger-than-life Power Rangers concept.
I'm just
in
not a
world
fan of the helmets, and like when the Power Rangers series, when the suit doesn't really do it for you, it's hard to watch it for a whole episode. You gotta really like the suits. That's why the suits are so important. You know, if they're hard to look at, you're not really a fan. Even though it's well written and a good story, you get lost in the suit because they don't look how it's supposed to look, if that makes sense.
world that felt recognizable.
Mariner Bay is safe again.
Now we finally have time to be a normal family.
Sounds great to me.
Ready?
But another season has potential. And then Time Force, forget about it. It just keeps getting better.
In 2001, Power Rangers Time Force elevated the franchise to new heights of storytelling. Set in the year 3000 and the present day, this series, based on Time Ranger, followed a police force from the future that traveled.
Well, obviously, Southworth, Time Force, all that shit's going to be pivotal to the book series, too.
travels back in time to capture the mutant criminal Ransik. After the death of their Red Ranger, the team is stranded in the past, where they recruit a man identical to their fallen leader, Wes Collins.
All of this.
This unique premise introduced deep character arcs and moral complexity that was rarely seen in Power Rangers.
One of my
up to that
favorite
point.
suits.
We showed evil that it had no place to run, no place to hide.
New Vector Cycles and Deluxe Time Jet, each sold separately from Bandai.
Wes's growth from carefree rich kid to selfless hero created a powerful emotional core for the series, while his relationship with Jen, the Pink Ranger, became one of the franchise's most grounded and human stories. The season also explored themes of destiny,
Yeah, we're gonna
class
talk about
divide,
that. I
and
wanna review the
redemption.
movie.
Visually, the show borrowed
Let's see.
heavily from Time Ranger's sleek design, resulting in a futuristic tone and exciting time travel action.
I didn't know if my shit was public, because my shit is right now.
The Quantum Ranger, Eric Myers, had his own agenda and fought for recognition and respect, shaped by his rivalry with Wes. This made him one of the franchise's most interesting Rangers, especially when he appears to sacrifice himself in the finale before surviving and walking away.
My mission is to bring you back.
She was a great leader. I definitely would write some crazy shit for her, because I think she slept on as a character.
And I promise you, I'm going to do it!
Power Rangers Time Force ends with the Rangers defeating Ransik and preventing the future from being destroyed. Wes returns to the present to build a better future on his own terms, while the other Rangers go back to the year 3000, closing the season on a
shout
bitter
to I think it's Bloodline in the Grid and some of these other content creators who kind of focus on space and all the cosmic stuff. There's a lot of potential with that shit. You know, that whole universe needs to keep going with that.
sweet note. Time Force is often considered one of the best Power Rangers seasons ever made.
It
It's
is.
mature, cinematic,
Yeah.
and emotionally impactful. It transcended the franchise's toy-driven roots and delivered something that felt like a full-fledged sci-fi drama. Even decades later, it remains a high point of the Power Rangers legacy, remembered for its sharp writing, exceptional cast, and timeless message that the future isn't written, it's made by the choices we make today.
I love you.
I love you too.
All right.
I wish I could live another 1,000 years so we could be together again.
She's just so full of life, and I'm just gonna miss her
Oh, not Tweak. This is so sad.
a lot.
The 27-year-old actress died in a car accident near San Francisco during the Labor Day weekend.
In 2001, Thuy Trang, best known for playing Trini Kwan, the original Yellow Ranger, tragically passed away at the age of 27. She was killed in a car accident on September 3rd in California.
R.I.P.,
The
yo.
news shocked fans and the Power Rangers cast alike. She was a major part of the franchise during its explosive rise in the early 90s and remained closely associated with its legacy. Thuy Trang's death left a lasting impact on the Power Rangers community. Even decades later, she's remembered as a trailblazer and an essential part of what made the original Power Rangers era so meaningful to an entire generation.
When I see pictures of her, I'm like, wow, she was so stunning and so sweet and had an amazing laugh and was just very down to earth.
Legend.
Protecting nature is my path.
MMPR will be forever, so she's good.
There has
She's
to
a
be
legend.
another way to stop the orgs besides fighting them.
In 2002, Power Rangers Wild Force celebrated
Wild
the franchise's legacy
Low
and
key, one of
acted as
my
a bridge
favorite
between eras,
newer
utilizing
seasons,
footage
for sure. Wild Force, obviously, is so much inspiration within Ninjetti too.
from Gal Ranger. This was the final
Thanks to
season
Wild
fully
Fury
produced
team.
under Saban. The story followed Colt Evans, a man raised in the jungle who joins a team of rangers chosen by powerful animal spirits known as Wild Zords to protect the planet from the pollution-fueled orgs. The series blended tribal elements with modern environmental themes, presenting nature itself as an ally in
So as
humanity's
you can
ongoing
see,
fight for
this
balance.
is why this shit's blowing up again, because there's 30 seasons of this shit to play with. So all the companies, I think, slowly gonna realize you can make a lot of money with a different pockets of this universe shit.
Guardians of the Earth, united, we roar!
Wait till y'all see the White Lion upgrades today. Shout to RDX.
The tone of Wild Force was spiritual and dramatic, with the team bonded not just by duty, but by a shared love for the natural world. Cole's journey to discover his past and avenge his parents' deaths gave the series emotional grounding, while characters like Merrick, the Lunar Wolf Ranger, added layers of tragedy and redemption.
Bye.
I'm cool.
Good.
The season
Forever Red. Was it a Wild Force? It was a Wild Force episode.
And also featured one of the most iconic crossovers in Power Rangers history, Forever Red. A 10th anniversary
This needs to happen again.
Special uniting every Red Ranger up to that point
Let's
for
talk,
one epic
buddy.
battle against remnants of the Machine Empire. Power Rangers Wild Force ends with the Rangers defeating Master Org and ending the Org's threat to the natural world. With the danger gone, the Wild Zords return to the wild and the Rangers go their separate
Walter
ways.
too.
As
Johnny,
long
of
as
course.
the spirit
As you
of the
can
earth is
see,
alive
my
in your
numbers weren't
hearts,
off too much, huh?
you will always be Power Rangers. Goodbye, my friends.
Although Wild Force marked the end of an era, it passed the torch from Saban to Disney and set the stage for the franchise's next evolution. Its combination of heartfelt storytelling, environmental messaging, and the legendary Forever Red made it a memorable season that honored the past while looking towards the future.
Putreds, you're mega trash.
Lame. We brought back the bikes as a homage. You know what I'm saying? Need the vehicles, the animal vehicles, all that's the homage Wild Force.
The Power Rangers Wild Force collection, each sold separately. Batteries not included. From
You already
Bandai.
know. Ninja time, son. Definitely a goated season, one of the best. Top 5.
In 2003, Power Rangers Ninja Storm kicked off a new era under Disney, with a fresh tone and production style that balanced humor and action. Adapted from RiCaN's, the series followed 3 students from a ninja academy who became the Wind Rangers after the rest of their peers are captured by the evil space ninja Lothor.
Woo, we got a new version of this guy, Lothor. So my guy is like part samurai. Then we got his pupils like a Darth Maul type of character. He's Sapphire Samurai. But they call him Sapphire. So this guy and Sapphire are going to bring in basically the samurai side of all this shit. Ninja Steel, the upgraded Ninjetti shit.
Began as a
love
lighthearted
it.
underdog story quickly evolved into
Wow.
a season defined by teamwork, redemption, and personal growth, all wrapped in a vibrant theme that perfectly captured
So
the
much
vibe
shit to
of the early
write, so much to
2000s.
do,
The
bro.
chemistry between Shane, Tori, and Dustin gave the season its identity. They weren't perfect heroes, just regular people
got
learning how to
suits
handle responsibility.
That's what's crazy. I have so much to organize because, you know, everything morphs in my universe. So there's different loadouts, different suit variations for each ranger. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Things got a little more interesting when the Thunder Rangers, Hunter and Blake, were introduced as rivals who initially served Lothor before realizing they'd been
This is
manipulated.
a great season.
Cam also
too.
stood
I
out
really
as the
like
team's
Ninja
tech
Storm.
support,
There
who
go
eventually
Brent.
became the Green Samurai Ranger, a character arc that's frequently praised as one of the strongest and most memorable in the entire series. Power Rangers Ninja Storm ends with the Rangers defeating Lothor and restoring the Ninja Academy after his invasion is finally brought to a stop.
Yes,
With
sir.
peace returned, the team graduates and moves on with their lives, closing the season on a light ending that reflects how far they've come as human beings.
Potential.
Ninja Storm revitalized Power Rangers with a bold new style, brighter visuals, sharper
that.
dialogue, and a stronger focus on character-driven comedy without losing its emotional core. It was also the first season to be filmed in New Zealand, a change that would define the look and feel of the franchise for years to come. As the first Disney-produced season, Ninja Storm proved that Power Rangers could evolve and thrive under new leadership while maintaining the qualities that defined the franchise for a decade.
Reveal their secret ninja weapons. The Power Rangers Megazords will be victorious. Storm Lightning Megazord, Storm Power Megazord, and Kelzax, each sold separately, batteries not included, from Bandai.
I'm Dr. Oliver, and this is First Period Science. Before we start, are there any questions?
In 2004, Power Rangers Dino Thunder roared onto screen as a triumphant return to the franchise's roots. Adapted from Ranger, the series focused on a group of high school students who gained dinosaur-themed powers to defend the world from the villainous Mesogog. But what really set Dino Thunder apart
shit.
was the return of Jason David Frank as Dr. Tommy Oliver,
Don't
the
even
group's
get me
mentor,
started with
bringing the
Dino
legacy
Thunder,
of Mighty
bro.
Morphin Power Rangers full circle for a new generation.
Aren't you a little old for this, Tommy?
I may be old, but I can still pull it off.
You
The
already
core
know.
team, Connor, Kira, and Ethan, balanced relatable
Arguably another top 5 season right here. You already know. Dino Thunder.
teenage struggles with the responsibilities of being heroes, while Tommy's presence grounded the series with emotional weight and continuity.
Love
His
it.
character
I
arc
saw some Dino Thunder upgrades today that look phenomenal too.
as the Black Dino Ranger added depth to his character and added to his already legendary resume.
I've only just started. You want some more?
The White Dino Thunder Ranger, Trent Mercer, started as a corrupt
Greatest favorite White Ranger
antagonist under the influence of the White Dino Gym before breaking free and joining the team. His struggle for control and redemption became one of Dino Thunder's central arcs, making him one of the season's most compelling Rangers. The season also explored themes of technology and evolution, with Mesogog representing humanity's darker scientific ambitions. Visually, Dino Thunder stood out with its dynamic suit designs, epic Zord battles, and one of the most memorable morph sequences of the Disney era.
Dino Rangers!
Power Rangers Dino.
My son's personal favorite is Dino. It's either this one or Charge. I watches them both. He loves the dinosaur season.
Thunder ends with the Rangers defeating Mesogog. After the battle, the team returns to normal life, and Dr. Tommy Oliver moves on, closing out the season in a way that served as a tribute to the franchise's legacy.
Destroy evil with the Dino Thunder talking Power Ranger figures and Thundersaurus Morpher, only from Bandai.
Critically and commercially,
Wow, those were made by Bandai too. I wouldn't mind getting a hold of some of those figures.
Dino Thunder revitalized Power Rangers, earning praise from longtime fans who saw it as a return to greatness. It blended the best of both worlds, the heart and legacy of the Saban era with the production quality and polish of the Disney era. More than just another season, Dino Thunder reminded audiences why Power Rangers endured for over a decade. Because beneath the helmets and explosions, it was always a story about heart, courage, and the bond between generations of heroes.
Fire.
I just want to say we've had an interesting year. We've been through a lot, more than any school should have to go through, but we made it, and we're okay. That's what's important. So let's have fun tonight.
Come on, Rangers!
SP Dizzle.
In 2005, Power Rangers SPD continued the franchise with a bold, futuristic setting, and one of the strongest storylines of the Disney era. Adapted from Deca Ranger, the series was set in a world where humans and aliens coexisted under a unified planetary police force. The story followed a rookie B Squad team of Rangers who rise to defend Earth after the elite A Squad.
Another great season. Another people just jumped on the train with this season too.
Mysteriously vanishes. A story that would pay off massively later on when it's revealed that the A Squad was corrupt and working for the evil Grum.
Hey, my ID. Omega Ranger, 11C-41B.
Eventually, we're also introduced to Sam, the Omega Ranger, who's traveled back in time from the year 2040 to help defeat Grum's forces. Led by Commander Anubis Doggy Kruger, one of the franchise's most beloved mentors.
Why I love SPD.
The SPD Rangers were constantly tested, both in battle and in their character. Each member struggled with personal challenges, while the looming threat of Emperor Grum kept the tension high. The show's character-driven writing, witty
shout to the new Dragon Ranger too, low-key. SPD Green was good.
Dialogue and occasional touches of humor gave it a perfect balance between intensity and heart. Episodes like Reflection and Endings are still regarded as some of the best written stories in Power Rangers history.
Now morph to an awesome battle weapon. 3 toys in one. It's Powerized. Power Rangers Supreme Megazord. Batteries not included from Bandai.
SPD eventually gets captured, but they break free and defeat Grum. Jack goes
all those classic Bandai toys are gonna go up in price, man.
Back to a normal life, and Sky becomes the new Red Ranger. SPD marked a creative peak for the Disney era.
She got an OnlyFans now. You little Susia.
Combining serialized storytelling with high-quality production and strong performances. It showed what it means to be a hero in a world where right and wrong aren't always clear. With its futuristic premise and emotional storytelling, SPD stands tall as one of the most respected and rewatchable entries in the entire franchise.
Facts. Big facts.
Well, brother, guess we both get to do something bigger.
Whoa, yo.
That's the source. Mystic Force.
Now, this season potential, I don't know why it's as popular as it should be. Another one that if you can successfully redo and make dope, it shows how good you are. But this is where you get like the Doctor Strange characters, a lot of the mythic shit. Warlock obviously was a concept, which I knew you guys were trolling the whole time. I knew you were ops the whole time, my nigga. Everything was fed to the fool who thinks he's fooling me. So y'all can think whatever you want. It is what it is. I know what it is. So Mystic Force and Warlock was all planned. That was my way back at that shit. Because I knew I'm not a fan of Mystic Force, but I do like Doc Strange. So I kind of made all the Mystic Force stuff kind of like the wizards, the warlocks, the witches. The Doc Strange is like the focus, like Constantine, that type of realm of things. Ghost Rider. Those would be the Rangers that would mix well with that type of shit.
In 2006, Power Rangers Mystic Force.
And this is what, you know, Sage's shit kind of reminds me of, you know, Mystic Force.
Took the franchise into uncharted territory, a fantasy world of magic and mysticism. Adapted from Magiranger, the series followed a group of ordinary teens chosen by the sorceress Udana to wield the powers
like
of
this
ancient
shit.
wizards and defend humanity from the forces of darkness.
More bites.
Set in the mysterious city of Briarwood, Mystic Force featured spellcasting, capes, and a fantasy tone unlike anything Power Rangers.
Yeah, this one might get dark with the occult, and this is where you can do werewolves, witches, vampires, stuff like that.
Rangers had ever done before. The story focused heavily on family, especially through Nick Russell, the Red Ranger, whose lineage ties to both light and dark magic, and this became the emotional core of the season. This show had noticeably more emotional depth than what fans were used to, exploring themes of trust, identity, and inner strength rather than relying solely on action.
Summon your magical power.
The Morpher, not a fan.
And get Power Eyes, Magistaff, and Mystic Morpher. Each sold separately, batteries not included from Bandai.
While Mystic Force had mixed reactions at the time for its lighter tone and smaller episode count, it's gained appreciation over the years for its creativity and rich world building. This was Power Rangers at its most experimental, unafraid to reinvent itself once again.
This is like last on the watch list, Mystic Force. It is what it is. I mean, this worst season's like, I think this one, Overdrive 2 is another one I'm not a crazy fan of, you know what I mean? But I do like the one with Johnny.
In 2007, Power Rangers Operation Overdrive took the franchise on a globe-trotting adventure. This season was adapted from Bokinger, and it followed a team of elite treasure hunters assembled by billionaire adventurer Andrew Hartford to recover the mythical Corona Aurora.
But you need to watch all this shit because it has to be added to the lore of the book, you know?
Reshape worlds. The Rangers raced against multiple villain factions, each seeking the crown for their own dark ambitions. With its massive scale, cutting-edge gadgets, and constant action, Operation Overdrive aimed to capture the excitement of an Indiana Jones-style adventure within the Power Rangers formula. The team were highly skilled professionals instead of the more commonly seen high school archetypes, giving the show a more adult tone.
Mac was never alive. He's a machine.
The season's standout twist came when it was revealed that Mac, the Red Ranger, was actually an android created by his father. A revelation that added a whole new layer
I like
of
that
character development
idea.
to the
We
show.
might have to
Visually,
do the whole android Winter Soldier type
Operation
deal
Overdrive leaned
when we do the whole prison saga, and then we have Turbo and RPM and Operation Overdrive. Those three might make a nice little flick together, you know, a little death race action in there.
into a sleek technological
Hint, hint.
aesthetic and
Ninjetti
large-scale
leaf.
action sequences. But its heavy reliance on CGI sometimes drew criticism from fans that preferred practical effects.
Destroy evil with the Operation Overdrive Drive Defender and Sentinel Sword Power Ranger figures, only for Bandai.
Although Operation
Drive
Overdrive was one of
Defender,
the
huh?
more divisive seasons due to uneven pacing and tone, it still pushed the boundaries of what Power Rangers could do narratively. Its anniversary special, Once a Ranger, brought back fan-favorite Rangers from past seasons, and it was a great celebration of the series' legacy. Operation Overdrive was a story about discovery, not just of artifacts or power, but of purpose, identity, and what it means to be human.
What about you, Mr. Hartford?
Honestly, this is one of the seasons I've watched a week. No, I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I tried. Get into it.
Power Rangers Jungle Fury!
Jungle Fury was better.
In 2008, Power Rangers Jungle Fury arrived with a fresh new martial arts theme, unlike anything the franchise had ever seen before. Adapted from Geki Ranger, the season followed 3 martial arts students, Casey, Lily, and Theo, who found themselves standing against Daishi. The show blended stylized kung fu action with a sense of mysticism and personal growth, giving Jungle Fury a grounded identity at a time when the franchise was shifting towards smaller budgets and more modest productions.
With the courage of a wolf, Jungle Fury, Wolf Ranger!
One of the most prominent aspects of the season was RJ, the Ranger's mentor who ran his own pizzeria on the side. RJ felt unlike any mentor before. He was calm but eccentric, and had a level of raw power that made his eventual debut as the Wolf Ranger feel absolutely epic. The cast trained extensively in real...
You know, the pizzeria is gonna be a certain part of the script that's gonna be dope to kind of throw homage in Ninjetti.
Martial arts, and this resulted in excellent fight scenes with impact you could feel. The choreography is stylish, the movement is precise, and the actors sell the physicality in a way that adds a lot of excitement and authenticity to the show.
Spin and smash down evil with the deluxe Jungle Pride and Jungle Master Megazords from Bandai!
Despite its more low-key...
Damn, Bandai made the toys for a while.
Promotion and reduced merchandise, Jungle Fury has only grown in reputation over the years. Fans have come to appreciate its interesting character arcs, hard-hitting fight scenes, and the emotional beats built around discipline, confidence, and personal growth.
I like
Jungle Fury was one of the best seasons of the Disney era, a show that didn't rely solely on spectacle, but told memorable stories with heart and style.
You know our standing Tuesday lunch appointment?
Yeah.
What would you say if sometime
Shorty's a baddie too, Yellow, from this season.
We turned that appointment into a date?
What took you so long?
And the only hope we have left is...
In 2009, Power Rangers RPM pushed the franchise into uncharted territory with a bold...
The car themes are going to be a thing in Ninjetti and going to be very important for the story.
Post-apocalyptic world that felt more like a sci-fi action drama than a traditional Ranger season. This show was adapted from Go Onger, a lighthearted and comedic Sentai season, but Disney reimagined the story, focusing on humanity's last survivors trapped in the domed city.
It sums up all the stuff I have to pretty much like subdivide and redo and outline and redesign. It's a lot of work, bro.
Of Corinth after the AI virus Vengix wiped out most of the planet. It was a risky creative direction. This show was darker, smarter, and way more serialized than the seasons before it, and it immediately set RPM apart as one of the most ambitious experiments in Power Rangers history. The season featured characters dealing with real trauma and responsibility. They were people fighting because the alternative was extinction. The actors were given material way heavier than what was typical in Power Rangers, and they ran with it, creating a tone that felt desperate but also hopeful.
Then morph their weapons into the awesome mega weapon and evil is over!
People like this shit, I guess.
Power Rangers RPM Throttle Max and Rapid Pursuit figures, only from Bandai!
Despite its limited budget and the franchise being on the brink of cancellation, RPM was a season that took huge risks with its tone and style. Its world
So don't jock my shit. My homage and my Car Rangers, officially we announced the PSIs. Okay? To mix a turbo, RPM, and overdrive together. I give you the Ninjetti PSIs. Get off my
character development and serialized storytelling reshaped fan expectations. It closed out the Disney era with a bang.
All right, then just don't make me have to come out there and save you.
Hey, bro, can you make me something that sounds like I just died, went to heaven in Japan?
Wake up, we're free!
In 2010, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers returned to TV in one of the strangest experiments in franchise history. A full HD re-version of the original 1993 season. Instead of remaking the show or producing new episodes, Saban took the existing footage, adapted it into widescreen HD, and layered on new graphics, sound effects, and comic book style transitions.
Y'all remember this? This was crazy work.
The idea was to reintroduce Mighty Morphin Power Rangers to a new generation while keeping production costs at an absolute minimum, during the period when Saban had just reacquired the franchise from Disney. It was a nostalgia time capsule that was created to bridge the gap between the original series and the end of the Disney era. This version kept the original story intact, but the added effects created a new tone for the show. Explosions popped with cartoon effects, punches landed with on-screen text, and entire scenes were interrupted by motion graphics that felt closer to a comic book than an action series.
Back off, Frank Price! The good guys are here!
For longtime fans, it was jarring, but a lot of the younger viewers found it quirky and energetic. Even so, the enhanced visuals couldn't hide the era the show came from, and that contrast became a defining part of why the reversion is remembered as such a strange project. Despite mixed reaction, the 2010 reversion played a major role in keeping the franchise afloat during a transition year. It reminded audiences of the Power Rangers brand, and paved the way for a new era under Saban. Looking back, the reversion stands as a strange but important footnote, a reminder of how iconic Mighty Morphin Power Rangers had become over the years.
Get off our planet!
Because we're the Power Rangers! And we're not backing down! Yes!
Samurai Ranger, ready!
A lot of Samurai fans. Gotta do the Samurai right, too.
Samurai forever!
In 2011, Power Rangers Samurai marked the official return of the franchise under Saban, and it tried hard to capture the classic Power Rangers energy that made the franchise
Samurai 2011. Samurai is fucking 15 years old already.
This season was adapted from Shinkenger and followed the source material way more than other seasons. The story focused on Jaden and the Samurai Rangers, descendants of a long line of warriors sworn to seal away Master Xandrid and his Nylok army. This show dealt with deep lore among generations of warriors, making for a tone and style that was closer to Super Sentai than the Disney seasons that preceded it.
Samurai Rangers, victory is ours!
This season introduced a cast built around distinct archetypes: Jaden as the stoic leader, Kevin as the disciplined second in command, Mia as the team's moral center, Mike as the rebel of the team, and Emily as the gentle heart of the group. And of course, Antonio, the self-made Gold Ranger who injected the season with personality.
Wow, he's so sparkly.
Don't worry, just leave this one to me. You hang tight.
The series brought back the classic morphing call, the energy of the old school Megazord sequence, and a more serious mentor figure in G.
Samurai is good. Well, I know there's a lot of Samurai fans.
All of which played into Saban's goal of recapturing the early 90s formula. But the show's strict adaptation of the source material sometimes made the pacing feel mechanical, leaving little room for improvisation or the emotional looseness fans remembered from the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers run. Even with its uneven execution, Samurai was a commercial success and exactly what Saban needed at the time. It reignited brand awareness for an entire new generation of kids, helped stabilize the franchise after years of uncertainty, and proved there was still an audience hungry for Power Rangers on TV.
Combat evil and reveal the power of the Zords. Power Rangers Samurai Morpher and Samurai Spin Sword. Only for Bandai.
The cell phone morphers, gotta say, not a fan. Never was.
In hindsight, Samurai played like a season caught between eras. It honored the past, borrowed from Sentai almost scene for scene, and rebuilt the franchise's foundation, making way for everything that came after.
Master Xandrid is still out there, and until he's defeated, no one is safe.
Shogun mode! Power of the ancestors!
In 2012, Power Rangers Super Samurai continued directly from where Samurai left off, functioning less like a new season and more like an extended second half of the same story. The structure, tone, and pacing stayed almost identical, but everything was scaled upward. stronger Nylock threats, and upgraded Ranger powers.
And now we can morph into Super Samurai, unleashing superpowers you can only imagine.
In a lot of ways, Super Samurai felt like the team finally stepping fully into their roles, with a confidence that wasn't always present in the early episodes of Samurai. The biggest additions came through the power-ups and tech, especially the Shogun mode, which became the signature look of this era.
Master the move and save the earth. Power Rangers Super Samurai. Battle Morphin Rangers, each sold separately.
The team dynamic got even stronger due to long-running personal story arcs. The show also leaned deeper into the theme of legacy, making Jaden's burdens and the Red Ranger lineage a central driving force behind the final battles.
So, Samurai, Ninja, I'm going to tie the Ninjetti, Ninja Storm, Samurai, all the themes of specific seasons are going to kind of link and stay together.
Even though Super Samurai didn't reinvent the formula, it did what it needed to do. Close out the Samurai story with bigger fights, brighter visuals, and a sense of finality that wrapped up the era nicely. Super Samurai was polished and built to re-establish Power Rangers for a new generation.
Samurai Rangers, victory is ours!
This is a Morgan & Morgan lead.
Not a Megaforce fan. I know there's a lot of Megaforce fans. There's some Megaforce fan creators, but I'm not. The suits are cool looking, but the pirate shit, Mid
In
is
2013,
fucked to
Power
me.
Rangers Megaforce debuted, adapted from Goseiger. The show brought in Gosei, an apprentice of Zordon who recruits a new group of teenagers just as an alien armada begins its assault on Earth.
That
Megaforce tried hard to
homage
capture
we
the classic
took.
Power Rangers energy with straightforward story beats and a tone that felt nostalgic.
First defenders, never surrender! Go, go, Megaforce!
The team itself fit into clear, recognizable archetypes. Their fight scenes
Another whack morpher, though.
were fast and flashy, built around the Goseiger card system that added a visual flair to nearly every transformation and attack.
Control your favorite Ranger! Victory is yours! Battle Morphin Rangers, each sold separately. The fun is in the thumb!
Even if the writing sometimes felt stripped down or overly streamlined, the season was charming and upbeat. It wasn't trying to reinvent the series, but instead it wanted to remind audiences why Power Rangers had lasted as long as it had. Looking back, Megaforce didn't try to be groundbreaking. It wanted to be Power Rangers in its purest, most recognizable form. It kept the franchise visible, accessible, and ready for the ambitious project that would happen the following year.
Fuck is that?
Gosei, Kirimi! Gosei!
In 2014, Power Rangers Super Megaforce arrived as the 20th anniversary season of the franchise, and it had one of the most ambitious concepts in the series' history. The Rangers gaining the ability to transform into any past Ranger team.
With these and your new Ranger keys, you will be able to unlock your Super Megaforce mode.
The season adapted Gokaiger, a wildly popular Super Sentai anniversary show, and brought that energy into Power Rangers. With Super Megaforce, every battle was a chance to tap into decades of Ranger history. The cast stepped into their new roles with a noticeable boost in confidence.
This was probably the flyest shit they did in this episode.
The action scenes became bigger and flashier, leaning hard into the pirate theme and the legendary Ranger transformations. These were moments designed to hit longtime fans with pure nostalgia while still feeling new to younger viewers.
Unlock the power with your Ranger key and open fire. Go, go, Megaforce! Power Rangers Deluxe Legendary Megazord, part of the Zord Builder Collection. Other Zord vehicles sold separately.
Even when the story didn't give every legacy moment the build-up it deserved, the sheer scale of the concept gave the season an energy that set it apart from anything that came before. The anniversary premise pulled in returning Rangers from across the franchise, creating one of the largest crossover moments in Power Rangers history.
Tommy! You don't have to do it alone this time. I'll be here to fight by your side.
Super Megaforce delivered a feeling that fans had hoped for, history colliding with the present. This show was a season driven by ambition, one that honored the legacy of the entire franchise while giving the modern team the biggest power upgrade ever seen. It was loud, colorful, and chaotic, reminding the world just how far Power Rangers
another
had
baddie.
Seriously, this day cannot get any better.
Now the former star of the hit kid show Power Rangers in court this morning, accused of stabbing his roommate to death with a sword.
In 2014,
Crazy
Power Rangers
work.
fans were blindsided when Ricardo Medina Jr., known for playing the Red Ranger in Wild Force, was arrested after unaliving his roommate during an argument.
I've known him for over a decade. I've worked with him. He's just a very gentle, love-all type guy.
This morning, his fellow former Power Ranger is coming to his defense.
I just don't think he's capable of that, so I feel like something really provoked it.
He claimed self-defense, but the case went to trial and drew major attention because of his connection to the franchise. In 2017, he ultimately pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 6 years in prison.
A judge in Lancaster sentenced
Cole was a great Ranger, though.
this man, Ricardo Medina, to 6 years in prison. Medina appeared in the popular children's TV series Power Rangers.
In 2015, Power Rangers Dino Charge injected the franchise with some fresh energy, shifting away from the strict adaptation style of the previous few
This is crazy, bro. My son loves Dino Charge.
years and embracing a more character-driven, adventurous tone. Adapted from Kyoryuger, this season centered on the Energems, powerful ancient crystals tied to the age of the dinosaurs, and a group of heroes from across time chosen to protect.
We're kind of going to take a little bit of the Dino Gem idea and the stuff with the Dino Charge, or with what they did with the gun morphers and shit like that. We're gonna borrow some of this stuff for Ninjetti too.
Them. Right from the start, Dino Charge felt bigger, brighter, and way more confident, with a cast who felt like real people. The writing was a lot looser, allowing the actors to develop chemistry, banter, and humor that felt natural. Even the villains had more presence, with Sledge positioned as a bounty-hunting powerhouse whose ship full of monsters created a constant threat.
Go, go, Power Rangers! Deluxe Dino Charge Morpher comes with everything you see here. Other Dino Chargers sold separately. Charge it up!
What set Dino Charge apart was how it invested in its characters and told a story that felt genuinely fun. Fans praised the show for its energy and world building. Dino Charge was loaded with creativity, and it was obvious that the franchise still had a lot of gas in the tank.
I'm not a fan of the yellow in the suits. Like, I've watched a lot of Dino Charge with my son. It's a good season, but the yellow throws me off. The teeth, the suits are meh. But I do like the Energem concepts.
In 2016, Power Rangers Dino Supercharge picked up directly where Dino Charge left off, raising the stakes while keeping the same adventurous, character-driven tone
Too
that
much
won fans
yellow,
over.
man.
The Rangers continued their battles to protect the Energems, now facing new threats who wanted the crystals for their own evil ambitions.
Let's do this! Dino Superdrive! Activate!
This season leaned into bigger action, more Zords, and expanded powers, giving the sense that the Rangers were growing into their roles as defenders of Earth. The storytelling remained tight and focused, with story arcs focused on loyalty, trust, and the personal cost of protecting the ancient powers. Dino Supercharge was a clear evolution of the franchise, keeping the adventurous spirit of Dino Charge while adding spectacle, higher stakes, and a more cinematic approach to fight scenes and Zord battles. It was exciting and fun without losing the character depth that modern audiences.
I think that's why my son likes it. All the colors and modes and charge. He just, they charge stuff with the weapons. He likes his season.
Had come to expect.
Power Rangers, Dino Charge!
By the season's end, the Rangers had grown into
Hoda
a
was
cohesive,
cool.
heroic team, while still delivering the
Black
colorful,
Ranger, I
high-energy
was a
spectacle
fan.
that fans loved.
Do you want us to take care of the Triceratops?
Of course.
Looks like our new adventure begins now. Let's go! Awesome!
Also in 2016, Boom Studios relaunched Power Rangers as a full comic universe, marking the franchise's first serious attempt at long-form storytelling in comics. Although there had been one-off and short-lived comics
Milestone.
in the past from other publishers, they mostly served as simple tie-ins to the TV show. Boom's run stood out by expanding the lore, introducing original characters and stories, and treating Power Rangers like a major ongoing franchise rather than just a licensed side project. In 2017,
Now my girls watched Ninja Steel when it was on Netflix. They got into this one for a little bit.
Power Rangers returned to TV with
Vicky
Ninja
loves
Steel,
this one.
leaning heavily into the classic Power Rangers formula while introducing a new cast and setting. Adapted from Ninja, the story followed Brody,
Shout out
a
to
young man
Whiskey.
separated from Earth as a child who grew up training to become a ninja. He and the rest of the team battled the evil Galvanax, who's determined to steal the Power Stars. Ninja Steel was simple, colorful, and packed with action, calling back to the franchise's roots. The season leaned into over-the-top battles, flashy Zord sequences, and a nostalgic feel for longtime fans, while keeping the pace quick for new viewers. Even the villains had tons of personality that kept the tone fun without ever feeling too serious.
Ninja Rangers, fear no danger!
Ninja Steel re-established Power Rangers as an accessible, action-packed adventure series for a new generation. It struck a balance between nostalgia and fresh storytelling,
Why,
giving fans a season that honored the
Billy?
past while still setting the stage for the future. With colorful visuals, energetic fight choreography, and a team that felt genuine, Ninja Steel reminded audiences why Power Rangers had stayed relevant for over 2 decades.
Just like a Ninja Steel Ranger. Power Rangers Ninja Steel Morpher and Sword sold separately. Only from Bandai.
Shit.
This is your time.
In 2017,
2017. Another split in the fan base. Some people like this shit. Some people hate it. The majority. They dropped the ball. Them Zords look like shit. Goldar look like shit. There was a lot wrong with this.
2017, Saban and Lionsgate released a cinematic reboot of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. This film reimagined the origin story of the
What
5
up, y'all?
teenagers from
Shout out
Ranger
to all
Grove
my
who were
Ninja
chosen by
watchers.
Zordon to become the Power Rangers.
I see you.
Unlike the TV series, this movie focused heavily on the personal struggles of the team, their fears, insecurities, and conflicts, showing how ordinary kids could grow into heroes capable of standing against Rita Repulsa, who was played by Elizabeth Banks. It was a darker, more grounded take, leaning into character drama while still delivering the action that fans expected. The cast brought a fresh energy to the classic roles. Their performances
I don't know. This movie had moments, man, that I really liked it. And then just when them Zords came, I didn't like it anymore. Shout out to Naomi Scott and my other wifey right here, too. Apparently, I'm Polymeris.
brought realistic teen interactions, rivalries, awkward moments, and humor. Also featured here was Bryan
love my
Cranston as
Ranger
Zordon
girl.
and Bill Hader as Alpha 5.
What can
the
I
film leaned
say?
heavily on CGI for Zords, morphing sequences, and monster battles, giving it a slick, modern look that set it apart from the practical effects of the TV series. Although some longtime fans criticized it for being a little too polished. Critically and commercially, this film was a mixed bag. It was praised for character work and production design, but struggled to recapture the magic of the original series for older
This is where we're at. This is what we have gotten so far with Power Rangers.
fans, and its box office returns were underwhelming. Despite this, the 2017 Power Rangers film reintroduced the classic setting and a highly polished Hollywood production that could function as a jumping-off point for new fans.
Come on, man. They got them suits all wrong.
Whoa. What's that?
No one likes them movie suits. I'm sorry. They're too, like, just weird alien looking things. Iron Man-ish, Halo-ish. Not a fan.
In 2018, Power Rangers Super Ninja Steel picked up directly where Ninja Steel left off, continuing the story of Rhodey and the Ninja Steel Rangers as they faced off against Galvanex and his remaining forces. The season leaned into bigger powers and upgraded Zords, with the Rangers unlocking new abilities like the powerful Superstar mode. The team worked together to stop Galvanex from claiming the Ninja Nexus Prism, while giving fans straightforward and action-packed storytelling.
Fortunately, my robot army is already big enough to take over every dimension. March, robots! March!
So RiCaN obviously shot the wifey. Moment for this woman right here. GPD extraordinaire. I wrote a crazy character arc for GPD Pink. Shout to the boo.
Again, the battles were bigger, the stakes were higher, raising the bar from the previous show. Super Ninja Steel didn't reinvent the franchise, but it delivered exactly what fans expected. Fun, fast-paced Ranger action with upgraded powers, new Zords, and a team coming together to save the day. It wrapped up the Ninja Steel storyline while keeping the energy high, maintaining the balance of humor, heroics, and action that defined this era of Power Rangers.
Show's over. Ninjas win. Power Rangers Live Fire Battle Morpher comes with Ninja Star and 2 darts.
Nice. Beast Morphers was all right. I gotta give it another watch.
In 2019, Power Rangers Beast Morphers launched as a fresh start for the franchise under Hasbro, introducing a new team and a high-tech world. Adapted from Go Busters, the season followed the Grid Battle Force Rangers, who gained powers from the Morph X energy grid to stop Evox, an evil sentient computer virus, from taking over the city and spreading worldwide. The series focused on teamwork, trust, and learning to work together while using advanced technology to fight new threats. The series featured modern CGI effects for battles, making the action bigger and more cinematic than previous seasons.
Sorry, that's just how I roll.
Beast Morphers successfully reintroduced Power Rangers to the audience, balancing fast-paced action.
I like the Beast Morpher vibe.
Character development and team dynamics. It set a clear tone for Hasbro's vision of the franchise. It was accessible, fun, and visually interesting, while continuing the legacy of teamwork and heroism that the series was known for.
I couldn't be more proud to award each of you the Coral Harbor Medal of Valor.
The New Zealand entertainment industry is reeling from the sudden death of one of its stars. Pua Magasiva was a well-known actor and comedian.
In 2019, Pua Magasiva, best known for playing Shane Clark, the Red Ranger in Power Rangers Ninja Storm, passed away at the age of 38. His death was reported on June 11th, and it was later confirmed that he took his own life. The news came as a shock to fans and cast members. His passing sparked wider
Crazy. I love this season too.
Conversation within the Power Ranger community about mental health and the pressures faced by actors after their time in the spotlight. He's remembered fondly for his athletic performance, strong screen presence, and his role as the leader of one of the most popular early 2000s Ranger teams. This was a loss that was felt deeply across the fandom.
Olympic gold medalist Valerie Adams is among the thousands who have paid tribute to his creativity.
In 2021, Power Rangers Dino Fury debuted, introducing a new team of Rangers powered by the energy of
not a fan of Dino Fury. I tried, man.
The dinosaurs. Adapted from Deus Soldier, the series followed Zato, a warrior from the destroyed planet Refcon, who arrives on Earth to train a new team and stop the villainous Void Knight and army of Sporix.
Whatever Sporix are, they're bad, right?
Very bad.
The season focused on teamwork, strategy, and learning to trust one another while balancing normal teenage life with Ranger duties. The series had visually dynamic Zord battles, sleek weaponry, and energy-based powers, keeping the action fresh while maintaining straightforward storytelling focused on the Rangers' teamwork and growth. Dino Fury successfully blended modern effects with the classic Ranger formula, keeping the franchise relevant while still feeling familiar. It was well received for its engaging characters, strong action sequences, and clear focus on teamwork, showing that Power Rangers could continue to evolve while staying true to its core identity.
Dino Fury power!
I would say the best thing about being a Power Ranger is the kids, is dealing with the kids and being a positive role model for them.
Actor and martial artist Jason David Frank, who's probably best known for being one of the stars of the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, has died at the age of just 49.
In 2022, Jason David Frank, the most iconic actor in Power Rangers history, passed away at the age of 49. Best known for portraying Tommy Oliver, the Green Ranger, White Ranger, and later the Red Zeo and Turbo Ranger, his death was reported on November 19th, and it was later confirmed that he took his own life. The news sent shockwaves through the Power Rangers fandom, since he had been the face of the franchise for nearly 3 decades and remained actively involved with fans right up until his passing.
Shit is real, bro.
Jones, who co-starred alongside Frank as the original Black Power Ranger, wrote on Instagram, "Can't believe it. R.I.P. Jason David Frank. My heart is sad to have lost another member of our special family."
Jason David Frank's impact on Power Rangers is impossible to overstate.
We shall rise, big homie. We shall rise.
He helped turn the series into a pop culture phenomenon, becoming the breakout star of the original era and returning multiple times to mentor new generations of Rangers. His death also renewed conversations about mental health, particularly within fan communities that grew up watching him as a symbol of strength and heroism. To a lot of fans, Tommy Oliver was Power Rangers, and his loss marked the end of an era for the franchise.
I know how much you all meant to him. I know all of you are so sad. I'm thinking about all of you guys. I know I'm sending you all love.
Love you, Amy.
Don't worry, you saved the world before.
Once and Always was good. Wasn't great, but it was good.
In 2023, Power Rangers Once and Always was released, a Netflix exclusive film celebrating the franchise's 30th anniversary while delivering a darker, more dramatic story. The film had classic heroes alongside a new generation of Rangers to face the return of the evil Robo-Rita and an army of Robo-Rangers. The story focused on the consequences of previous battles and a passing on of the Ranger legacy. The special combined practical effects, updated Zord sequences, and modern CGI, keeping the action exciting while staying true to the style of the classic series.
It's morphin' time!
Pterodactyl! Triceratops!
Saber-toothed tiger!
Tyrannosaurus!
Power Rangers!
Once and Always was received well for honoring the franchise's history while telling a story with real stakes. It reminded fans why Power Rangers endured for decades, combining legacy characters, action, and the core message of teamwork and heroism.
Once a Ranger? Always a Ranger.
Is that Mighty Morphin Blue Ranger Billy Cranston?
In 2023, Power Rangers Cosmic Fury released. It was a direct continuation of
I couldn't do Cosmic Fury, man. I don't know. I didn't like none of this shit.
Bringing back the same core team for a new space-based adventure. The season focused on teamwork, strategy, and the Rangers fighting battles in space while still balancing their responsibilities on Earth. The cast remains strong, with Amelia becoming the new Red Ranger.
If the morphin grid shows you to be the Red Ranger, it means it's reacting to something within you. Zato's gonna be so proud of you.
Cosmic Fury was praised for keeping the energy and fun of Dino Fury while raising the stakes with a space setting. It successfully continued the story of the Rangers, blending returning characters with new threats, and reinforced the franchise's core themes of teamwork, courage, and responsibility.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll throw it in the end. I don't know. I'm going to switch it around, though.
In 2025, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Reignition launched as a high-definition re-release of the original 1993 series. The episodes were upscaled to 4K and made available on YouTube and other platforms, offering both longtime fans and new viewers a sharper, more visually pleasing version of the classic Power Rangers adventures.
Yeah.
Alongside the streaming release, a new toy line was announced by Playmates Toys under the Reignition banner.
Welcome, humans.
And this is all why this community was saying that Power Rangers was dead.
So who are you?
Like, what are you?
Joining nostalgia with fresh merchandise aimed at both collectors and a new generation of fans. Reignition wasn't a remake or sequel, it was the original series only upgraded. Its goal was to prove that the story which launched a global phenomenon could still resonate today with improved quality and accessibility. For fans, it served as a reminder of how the franchise began. For newcomers, it offered a great new jumping off point.
Let's do it.
Power Rangers!
And that brings us to the end of the Power Rangers journey, a franchise that
iconic. The music is also, which we didn't touch on too much in this, but the music is what made it iconic too.
Rose from a simple kids show into a global phenomenon that defined an entire generation. From the explosive highs of the 90s to the quieter years that followed, Power Rangers proved it could evolve, adapt, and survive for way longer than anyone expected. Decades later, its legacy still lives on through reruns, games, comics, and the fans who grew up with it. No matter where the franchise goes next, its place in pop culture history is already secured. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger. Let me know your favorite Power Rangers memory of all time in the comments. Be sure to smack the shit out of that like button. Thanks for watching. Now,
you already know. Yo, shout to Acrimony. That fucking video was flames, bro. Little palate cleanse. Let's figure out where we're going. All right. Love y'all. RiCaN's World. I know what time it is. Back in the Dragon Zord. Let's get it. Hell yeah. All right, y'all. Ninjetti leaks. You already know.
The following
Ninjetti leaks. You already know. All right, so this is where we at with it. Now that we basically did a synopsis of the last 30 years of Power Rangers. Let's do some Ninjetti leaks and show y'all why Komodo is unfuckwittable. Let's do some Ninjetti leaks and show y'all why Komodo. So this is my Die Ranger homage. Right? I love this. Komodo cannons. Right? Komodo claw. The size. Right? Little axe. Just playing around with some weapon concepts with Komodo. Die Ranger homage. I love this. It's just Assassin's Creed mixed with Die Ranger. A little bit of Ghost Rider. Little Kratos. Little Judge Dreddish. I don't know. I fuck with this. You know, so I got a lot going on. I've been cooking. Black Bunny, we got a new series. You know, this is like Jessica Rabbit meets Catwoman. You know what I mean? Meets like barbed wire. You know, she's like a little vigilante on the block. So we're playing around with some stuff. I'll be doing my thing. I'm always doing my thing. There's real work here. Ghost of the Dragon. This is one my phone put together, I think. There's some of the concept Cuzzle's been doing. Pink Fox. Some of the anime screenshots. Animation's been key the past couple months. Trying to figure out what kind of style we like. Of course, RiCaN has weapon loadouts now. This is his beam blade. I introduced the Zeo crystals in my universe. It's a Komodo Dragon Ranger beam blade. RiCaN has his own lightsaber now. You know, battle mode. So it's cool. I'm really like pushing the limits of the AI and development and seeing where I can go with a lot of stuff conceptually. So this is Frostbite. She's my first elemental in my universe. She's the Ice Queen. She's, you know, fortitude, like a female Sub-Zero. This concept I'm playing with. Clothing line that I'm working on. Visible War. More Die Ranger homage. You know, when we start getting to the Samurai era, more of the Ninja Storm stuff, you know, I think we're going to use this RiCaN. Here's another spin-off I was working on, kind of like a Xena warrior princess. I kind of like a little better is the most recent one, but this was the first concept with Zay I was working on. Kind of like a Chitara, like Jungle Queen, Jungle Girl type shit. This is gorgeous right here. Y'all, goes to the dragon. White lion. Komodo upgrades. Come on, bro. Let that one marinate for a second. Like, bro. Come on, son. Who doing it like this? That one's fire. More Zay concepts. So hopefully, you know, shit goes good. I'd like to add it to the teams, you know. Basically something I did. This would be the equivalent to a like a client picture if someone would have hired me through Instagram to do any type of AI work for them, you know. Post their concept. My power coin, of course. The mighty Komodo dragon. This is just another Ninjetti leak recap, you know. We've been through a lot this year. We've used a lot of stuff. So I love my coin. It came out really good. What else? I'm really proud of the last suits I did. They came out fire. A lot of the King Rex stuff is coming. I've been putting a lot of focus on the King Rex writing. It's got to go over to Sam. The King Rex arc is going to basically be like book 1. You know, book 0, I mean. Goes to the dragon. We worked on some new banners, some new concepts, you know, for the cons. Here's the Die Ranger homage. This came out great. I love this. Love this. Look at this. Look at the detail on this motherfucker, bro. Who fucking with RiCan? Come on, man. Nobody covered this week, huh? That's how my suits are coming. Come on, bro. Look at this. The detail on this motherfucker, bro. All the way zoomed in. Come on, bro. Die Ranger homage. Komodo coin on the chest. I love the mouthpiece. Traditional samurai sword. Come on, bro. Who fucking with RiCan, man? And I did this, what, last week? This suit is a week old. You know what I mean? Just to, you know, Die Ranger homage. And I needed like a different kind of style for him when the samurai stuff starts. And then boom. Here we are. You know what I mean? Perfect. More weapon concepts. This is like a ring morpher, you know? It's like a little noisy cricket finger cannon, you know what I mean? It's a part blade, part blaster. It's a Komodo sling ring morpher, you know? I thought this was cool. I basically took a lot of like, they say fidget spinners and like toy weapon concepts and kind of picked the ones I like and kind of did some things with them. So this is the upgraded Zay concept. I like her better as like a Red Sonja or like a Xena warrior princess. You know, I've always thought Xena was a dope show. We used to stay up late and watch Hercules and Xena back in the day on Fridays. So Zay's the new homie, you know, she might do some stuff with the cooking show and the channel. So I've just been fucking around. And I thought she looked great as this character. So this was the most recent one. I thought this was dope. You know, it's more IG clips. Little anime concept from Cuzzo. I'm working out here. This is for you hoes that be pissing off on the internet. You know, we can't forget about y'all. This the anthem on 2026. Mhm. Is it not playing the sound? Is it not playing the sound? Oh, yeah, lucky. All right. Crazy. Here's the Die Ranger homage. Yeah, lucky. Right? I like the style. I'm feeling the helmet. It's simple. You know what I mean? It's cool. We're playing around with some stuff. All right. So look, battleizers. We got to do this. Okay. So before we get to the white lion battleizer stuff, shout to the homie RDX, right? But I just want to put this out there that I dropped my battleizer over a year ago. I want to check timestamps live. So if you go to my Instagram, the Double Dragons, before we get into the battleizer stuff. Right? Go way, way, way down. So yeah, this weekend's important. Remember that weekend. I've been out here with the AI suits and concepts, you know what I mean? So here's one of the first times I dropped my battleizer. This was battleizer RiCan back in the day. These are one of the first RiCan concepts. This was for J Ray when I did a white dragon for her. This is RiCan driving the Zord. The Shark Ranger, Orca, Turquoise Tiger. Here's the frog stuff. So here's Johnny's stuff from back then. We're going to get into that, where Johnny's at, the White Ranger. This is Johnny's frog. The chameleon frog. He can change colors. This is white form. So Johnny's stuff I'm about to redesign because he's got a lot of hype right now. The Spades movie we're going to get into. So a lot of this frog armor needs to be redone, you know. So but that's going to be a phase coming up. What else? Black Bat. We didn't even really get into Black Bat. This is all, look at the dates on this stuff. This is stuff that I'm going back, cleaning up, redesign, getting ready for the drop a year later. And giving y'all the final versions and renditions. I got my own Batman. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, look at this. I got my own fucking Batman, bro. We're your universe creators and writers and Power Ranger fan film guys. Let's talk this shit, bro. Who got the fly shit out here? I want to know. Fuck out of here. Look at his Zord, bro. Come on, man. Black Bat. Wild Fury Rebel. King of the Caves. Come on, man. This is stuff that's like been out that you guys refuse to cover and be like, oh, RiCan was never working. RiCan was never doing it. Come on, bro. Where have I lied? Where have I not been original? Where have I not kicked y'all ass with this concept? That's why I had everybody in the court wearing suits. This was for Melissa. Because she wanted like a Batgirl suit and it turned into Black Bat. Crazy work, man. Go in the RiCaN timeline. Here's one for Francis I did. Here's Orca, Fish. Here's Ninja Storm RiCaN. Right? Look, back when shit was good. It's all recorded. So here's my battleizer. Go dig in the Double Dragons archive. This is the first one of the first time RiCaN dropped the battleizer. This ain't even the first post, but this is back in 24. I had a mech mode, aka battleizers. So shout to RDX. Yours is just a little different style, but it's, you know, I had the same idea, same concept. I love it. You know, that was Ninjetti mode. You know, this was a lot of my first drops. Back when shit was good, you know, when RiCaN was running things. I documented it all. Look who likes it. Unworthy. Boom. Early Komodo concepts. Hit the timeline. RiCaN been out here. Here's my mech mode, my battleizer. So now this will get updated in AI now. And we'll just make Komodo's battleizers even better. Because now they're getting popular amongst the fan base. So it's like you got to remind these motherfuckers. 89 weeks ago, bro, I dropped the battleizer. Ninjetti stealth mode. You know, I've been out here. I feel like a lot of you content creators are my sons. Look at that. That is fire. So obviously that's a power level upgrade, you know. RiCaN's always had different modes and Komodo's had different armors and ways to morph, you know. So I just want to document that before we get into that stuff, you know. Joe Brown interview. Ninjetti been out here. So I want to go back a little bit. Let's see, where were we? So since we went through all the seasons, right? Let's do something fun here for you guys. Who had the best theme song? While we figure out where we're gonna go. We did the 30 years, the 30 seasons, you know what I mean? So obviously the music was iconic, right? That's a good video. So let's go back to this. Let's not jump around too much, right? We'll get into shit like that. Let's more throwback. Battleizer, White Lion, boom. Start playing around with some concepts. Let's go back to this mode. Original Dino Charge homage. I did this for JDF's birthday about a year ago. Still hasn't been top. One of the nicest suits I've seen in AI. So, you know, it's getting crazy out here, man. Ghost of the Dragon concepts. Let's get it. I've been out here, man. All right, so obviously the comic book company, we got a Vixen line going on where we do a lot of female concepts. And basically we're going to do a calendar as well, like kind of like a swimsuit calendar with comic book characters. And Baywatch was a theme, and we called it Babe Watch. And ironically, now the series is coming back. So even more relevant, but this was just one of my Babe Watch covers for the calendar. You know, for the front of the calendar. This is one of our exclusive books on whatnot. More Wild Fury concepts, White Lion concepts, you know, just playing around with some stuff. Little man messing around. This is Android Goku. He, you know, I put one of his drawings in AI. You know what I mean? Look at the detail in this motherfucker. Came out crazy. I'm like, yo, Android Goku looks crazy, son. And it looks so much like he draw, like it just enhanced his details. It came out really cool. You know, so I'm proud of my son. He did his thing here. He's into Dragon Ball Z right now. So he killed it with the Android Goku right there. More Ghost of the Dragon stuff. Komodo Comics logo. This is all recaps. King Rex #1's on the way. This is the main book 0. King Rex is the prequel for everything. This is pretty much the rough trade version right here. You know, this is what you guys are going to get first. This is what I'm trying to get out. Hopefully in the next 6 months, 6 to 12 months, you guys will get this book as a teaser. So we trying. Donate. Stop being bitch niggas. You know, Ghost of the Dragon. We working on the villains exclusively. We focused on the project, you know. So many upgrades, more battleizers, White Lion. So I thought this suit was great with the main, kind of like a Wild Fury homage. Shout to RDX, the inspiration. More Frostbite. This is kind of like, you know, my Ninjetti Frostbite. Like I said, she's an elemental in the universe. Like a female Sub-Zero meets Katana. I love it. Here's my warrior goddess. Newest addition to the team. Hopefully. We'll see how this shit goes. But I love the concept for her. My rendition of warrior princess Xena. Except mine is Zay, the warrior goddess. I fuck with it. This is my version of Zed. This is when he armors up. You know, instead of this cloth here, though, it's going to be like a dark zombie flesh. You know what I mean? We'll make him a little glowing red, like his eyes. But this is my version of Lord Zed, pretty much. Earthworm Jim exclusive. Mighty Morphin Worm Ranger. Shout to Cuzzo. Sloopy, you know. Got our own little thing going on. Our version of Snoop the Loop. More Ghost of the Dragon concepts. We working. I don't know what y'all doing. Draken helmets, variant editions. I'm set up. All I gotta do is just submit the script. Keep writing. Look at this. Look at these fucking suits, bro. Look at this shit. This is fire. Look at this. Look at these helmets, bro. The Die Ranger homage in there. This is like kind of like your Knights of Terranova versions. RiCaN, White Lion. Come on, bro. Is this why y'all want to battle me? Like, it's time for Rangers to grow up. There's no reason why you guys can't make it cool. Make the suits look how they supposed to look. So that us grown-ups can fuck with this shit. And branch off whatever versions you need to from there. This is fire. Stupid fire. Come on, we got some kid concepts. You know what I mean? Look at the detail on this bad boy. King Rex animated series, you know what I mean? Little black and gold and red. Come on, man. We ain't playing no games. More Sloopy. Right? This one's for the haters. This one's for y'all. Sit on it and twist, bitch. That's how we feel all 2026. More King Rex stuff, you know. There's the Spirit Fang. RiCaN's Beam Blade. More Zay concepts. Yo, the Rex Rider. We debuted that. This is just a recap. We got the vehicle shits popping. You know, not playing no games, man. Come on, son. Who doing it like this? Little battle damage, rat. More battleizer, white lion. Come on, man. Dope. Fucking dope. So really what's going on is like suit selection right now. Final suit selections, final timeline loops, you know, where shit's going to wind up being the final versions of the script. What we really going to do out here with this shit. Because it's time to submit some final versions of scripts and get some books done. More Zay, she came out gorgeous, bro. These came out awesome, Zay. Fuck, bro. So we'll see if she joins the show. It'd be great. We cooking though over here. These came out fire. What else we didn't cover? Rex Rider. Oh, look, Komodo Motors. We got some more animated concepts. You know, Quantum Maniac, Nanotech Soldiers. More Die Ranger homage. Frostbite, right? She's fucking came out amazing. Love that shit. Fucking love that shit. More exclusive comics. Shorty of my creation. Komodo coin on deck. He's the Ninjetti Spirit coin. This is for a lot of his cloth versions, you know. More Babe Watch. So hold on. There we go. All right, we here. I think my audio's back. I had a slight system crash, y'all. I think my all right, so more Babe Watch, more RiCaN renditions. I'm just going over the last leaks, you know. My last commission. We went over the Rex Rider stuff. Right? So we working on more concepts. The comic company. I'm finalizing my characters, you know. Shout to all my scammers. Listen, if you bitches are going to try to scam me, make sure y'all come correct. All right, with all this fake shit. So when y'all find this one, let me know. She thinks she's slick too. You know, so the Ninjetti will rise. You already know. More RiCaN and Johnny cloth suits on the low ski. Shout to Hardbot. I really love this concept as a Zord, bro. I really do. Love it. So Komodo's gonna have a mech mode like that, honestly. The Komodo cannon, right? Plasma blaster. Right? Goes to the dragon variant. I love this one. This is one of my favorite suits. More battleizer concepts. You know, we playing around. More Zay, warrior, goddess. So we kind of trying to find a direction for this character. I think this is more fitting, you know. Kind of like a Xena, warrior princess type deal. God of War type character, you know, but female. I think it'll be really cool. Red Sonja fans. That type of shit. So, obviously we got Frostbite too. Queen Tyranno. So I just wanted to make a run with the females because it's like, so we're stacked, you know what I mean? You guys know we ain't playing with this shit, bro, when it comes to the females. Ain't no games with Frostbite, you know? Queen Tyranno. Ninjetti issue variant, you know what I'm saying? We've been out here with her. I thought this was crazy, you know what I mean? We've been out here with her. The detail. You know what I'm saying? Long live the queen of dino power. Look at that, huh? More White Lion, Komodo Motors. This is a cool one. So we're playing around with a lot of the White Lion stuff too. Throne of Komodo #1. This one's pretty much close to being done. This is Throne of Komodo book 1. Ninjetti leak. Y'all could go pre-order this one through the spot fund. Just make sure you put Throne of Komodo in there and you'll get a signed version of this. Q Lady Draken, boys. So when they try to knock off RiCaN, you know where they got it from, right? All roads lead to RiCaN. Look at the helmet, bro. See, Sky, this could be you, but you fucking playing games with my name. It's okay. I love it. So this is one of the masterpieces right here. This one came out so good. More battleizers, White Lion. Love this. Shout to RDX for the inspiration. I thought this was great. These need to make the series. So Sir Rangers are going to have like Iron Man, like battleizer modes. You already know. I've been on it. This is one of my favorite ones right here. It's cool because the Zord I made for him too has like a huge cannon on his back, like War Machine. Here's the Draken helmet up close. I thought this came out great, you know, for our version of Draken. You know what I mean? You can see the detail. I don't fucking play around with this shit, man. Sky, this could be us, but you playing. Who do it better? Nobody. All right, that's how I'm looking at y'all. Who do it better? RiCaN. Saying my name again is RiCaN. All right, yo. Come on, bro. We ain't playing. The samurai one's going to be crazy. So I'm tying in these seasons. That's why you guys are getting all these like interdimensional versions and different things. You know, the Omega Saga is going to be a lot of the cosmic shit when we bring the cosmic shit in. We're going to bring in Walter and all of them and all the Omegas. Covered that. Shout out to Shorty Wop. And y'all find her, let me know. Donna Komodo, since you like to stalk all these hoes. Donna Komodo, hand drawn. Like that. Honey Badger. This is a new Honey Badger concept. I've been playing around. Love this Ranger on the Lowski. She's more like a flat, like washed out black with like platinum. A little bit of gold, but she's mostly platinum, black. That way she doesn't get mixed up with RiCaN. But I'm going to give her that Badger kind of flow. This came out cool for like a concept for her. You know, Honey Badger on the Lowski. You know, little saber-tooth vibes, but she's a Honey Badger. More White Lion ideas. You know, he's an ancient. More White Lion battleizers. Donna Komodo with the helmet on. Actually got the helmet on her in this one. Look at that. Dope, bro. You know, so the character arc with Lady Draken is going to be bananas. Just so you guys know, Red Copperhead, we dropped that. This is the King Rex Forever Red Saga. So, oh, talk about the book. Talk about the book. Ain't nobody want to talk about the book. Nobody want to hit my Battle to God. Come on, y'all want Red Ranger? Go. Who doing Red Rangers like this? I'll wait. Don't worry, I'll wait. One of the original RiCaN form. This is kind of like Megaforce RiCaN a little bit. Megaforce Komodo with like, you know, got a little bit of the pirate vibes. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, oh, this reminds me of Megaforce. I like it. This one's going to get a couple revamps, but this is one of my OG suits that I still love that holds up to me. All right, King Rex, book 1. This is going to be one of the final copies right here. Get your pre-orders in on the Spot Fund. I'm going to be signing copies of these. You guys should get something in 6 to 12 months, hopefully. You know, I'm going to do an animated trailer too. I'm working with someone too with that. More White Lion concepts. You know, I've been playing around with Frostbite. Oh, with the dual ice daggers. Stop playing, bro. Stop playing, bro. Frostbite is crazy legit. Love it. Love it. All my MK fans, I got you. I'm making my own Mortal Kombat universe too, kind of. Shout the Honey Badger. You know what I mean? We're going to create like this persona with this Ranger, you know? She's going to be ill. We playing around with some concepts. Shout the Omega. The Omegas are going to be a big deal. King Rex, you know what I mean? Got this on the way. Get your pre-orders. So a lot of the book 1s are ready. We're just doing the final renditions, final versions, connecting universe tie-ins, stuff like that. You know, just organizing. We done with the drama. It's time to do this for real. Honey Badger variants. Who's here for it? Come on, bro. love it. Look at this. The Queen of the Savannah, honey badger. Baywatch. Another concept we was working on. Black bunnies on the way. We got so many ways to hold y'all down. Morze. My new Xeno warrior princess, my version. The warrior goddess. Fuck with it, bro. No trolls or dead zombie bitches will prosper. Right? King Rex. I got a Rugrats variant coming. Black Bunny. The Komodo Crusher, Plasma Cannon, you know, whole bunch of stuff we working on. This one's really cool. This is one that, like, a lot of the Power Rangers have, like, the huge blickies. I think, like, Turbo's got the big ones. Couple seasons, they, like, just manifest these huge guns from the grid. Like, this is RiCan can pull this bad boy out. I thought this was cool. The Komodo Crusher. Right? The Sling Ring Morpher. This is a more elaborate thing. You can see it in his hand here. You know? Little finger gun morpher. Thought that was cool. You know, it can also turn into like a little dagger. Playing around with some stuff, you know. King Rex variants. We doing good out here. You know, we might have to break it up. You know, I might have to cover the Johnny stuff later. More Battleizers, more White Lion. So this is where we at with the recap. This is where we've been at with the AI. So let's break it up. See what's left that I haven't covered with Ninjetti leaks. The new Honey Badger drops. You guys saw some of the weapons. Battleizer mode. Oh my gosh. Can't forget these. Look, Scorpina. Playing around with some Scorpina stuff. Right? This is the rest of the Die Ranger homage team. I think I'm going to probably make this from like the Dragon Realm. One of the Psycho Ranger forms. Who knows? But these are definitely going to get used. These came out great. You know, we like that. What else we got? More Rex Rider. Come on, man. Lady Draken. Look, more Scorpina. We were playing around with some Scorpina designs. Thought these were cool. Right, we covered Lady Draken. All right, so obviously the Omegas are going to be a big deal. That's a sick variant. Right? Shout out to Walter. We covered that in the Forever Black episode. Right? The Sling Ring Morpher, the Venom Loop, right? Base form. I thought this was crazy. Melee modes, you know, they turn into brass knuckles too. Like, I really like this weapon. I thought it was cool. You can shoot a paralyzed net, Venom Pulse. This is nuts. So it's like a two finger, you know what I mean? I thought it was cool. Like I said, the Omega Saga is going to bring in all the cosmic shit. Now, Goldar is basically a shapeshifter. So here's my version of Goldar in his human form. I thought this was sick. The Phantom Rangers, the trio. These guys are going to be in there somewhere. Right? Shot the Honey Badger. You know, this is going to be an exclusive Honey Badger cover too right there. With the Doonies. Crazy work, bro. White Lion. Right? More exclusive. Shorty Green. Say the Warrior Goddess. New character. Chronic the Hedgehog, man. We going through some shit over here down in Komodo Comics, man. You guys are in for a treat, bruh. New logo. I'll be doing my thing. I mean, King Rex on the way. Yo, the Beam Blade. I'm so proud of these. These came out so great. This is Komodo time traveling through the grid. You know what I mean? We love it. We're here for it. You know, so simplistic. King Rex. So latest design. I mean, we're pretty good with the leaks, guys. What else? We got a couple more. I'm telling you, Ninjetti leaks be crazy. The plasma cannon. Right? This one's going to be a hit when it drops. We can manifest this bad boy too. Right? Scorpiana. Here's the Scorpion version of Frostbite. So it's Frostbite and Scorpiana. Here's my version of Finster. He creates the monsters out of clay. And then they cast spells to manifest the kaiju, you know? Right? The Spirit Fang Komodo Blade. So sick. Look at this, bro. Like, I can't wait till this, like, manifests in the series somehow. Like, this is so sick to me. So the name of my beam blade is called the Spirit Fang. I don't know how many one of you Rangers have lightsabers, but RiCaN has one. Here's some of my Zeo upgrades. Right? Some Zeo battleizers, you know. I got shit with Nakia I'm cooking, Rocky. More Frostbite. We went through a lot of these. Draken helmet variants. Goes to the dragon. These are some of the anime leaks, you know what I mean? Weirdo will probably come back. King Rex, of course. So anime is going to be a big part of Ghost of the Dragon in establishing a lot of the universe. You know, different type of themes. So we're kind of finalizing like how we're going to walk you through everything. We got to peep the climate, see what other people are doing, you know, make sure we stand out. We give y'all something different, something original. Stay ahead and make sure the music is one of a kind as well. We got all different type of themes we can hit y'all with. Komodo is going to be a household name, a brand now, you know. Ninjetti's a brand now. Look at this on a t-shirt, Red Monkey. Croc. We're not fucking around. So all this stuff, basically my spot fund is just going to turn into a store for you guys to shop, exclusive like Ninjetti stuff. I'm just going to start making stuff to raise money, you know, start a business, all this, you know, it's all going to be self-funded, independent. Phantoms is going to be for the fans. Like, clearly we can't trust Hasbro and all these other motherfuckers to make anything good enough or sustain this enough to accomplish the target fan base we were at right now. 40s to 50s, passing it to the kids. Like, generational, taking this brand and making it generational again. Properly. Having something for the adults, but also giving the kids something. Look at Black Lion. This looks amazing. There's a Black Lion character. We haven't even debuted her. There's another Ninjetti leak. Puzzle made her. This was supposed to be Francis. Black Lion. A Black Lioness. Look at this. This is fire. Like, look at this version of this suit. I'm giving y'all a Black Ranger right here. Like, MMPR couldn't do this. What is that 3-diamond nonsense that Boom is doing? Look at this. This half dragon shield with the black. Like, look at this with the gold tips on the top of the boots. Like, this type of attention to detail. Like, this is why you guys get mad at the AI, because it's doing it better than the creators are. You know what I mean? Like, that's fire right there, bro. The vehicles, Manta. Imagine an animated series moving around like this. So we're going to find the best format, the best look, the best theme for our shit. Here's, you know, here's Blue Rhino when he's in his Turbo Zord mode, you know. Come on, man. Who fucking with us? The Blue Wolf Quad. Croc Bike, nigga. Come on, bro. Who doing it like RiCaN? This is my third show that I've said it, and no one has answered the call. All you fan creators, all you Power Ranger guys, where? I'm waiting. Oh, it's AI. So it's more than half the industry now, and it's getting worse. Meanwhile, my shit is both. It's hand-drawn AI. It's a mix of everything. My toolbox is extensive. I use it all. I can battle anyone. Come make the rules. Like, I'm still the king of this shit, bro. Brand new RangerVerse content creation. My Komodo Dragon Ranger is the illest underground fan-made Ranger that exists today. This is a battle challenge to every Power Ranger fan and every content creator. These are my female covers right here. Dropping on Whatnot. My Ninjetti universe is the illest shit popping. I'm standing on it. I'm going to do my content. I'm going to talk my shit. I don't give a fuck about none of y'all niggas, because none of y'all niggas can create anything, especially like I can. And none of my music is AI, so y'all can blow me there too. Where did I lose? Shout to the Spider-Man 2099. We got some of that coming. There's your new Dragon Ranger, y'all. RiCaN. Yeah. I'm chilling. ASJ, we got to talk. Look at all these modes you get, bro. This is just a basic leak of what King Rex's story is going to kind of be like. So ASJ, this is your future in one, you know, pictures worth 1,000 words, my friend. we showed you what Walter looks like with his Omega upgrade. So these are the 3 illest suits you got in the cut. Right? Come on. Komodo season. Look at this. Dragon Rider mode. And this is hand drawn. That's why it looks like this. Katie drew all this. I just upgraded it in AI. Right? So some of this stuff is just blends. Like your boy Sage. It's okay for him, right? That's what I got to say to that bullshit. We not moving no goalposts. The agents don't run shit around here. I'm the one. More weapon concepts with the sling morpher, you know. Different type of beams it shoots. Melee weapons that come out of it. Come on, bro. We're doing it like this. Komodo bike. Come on, man. Look at this bike. Sick with it. Right? Komodo concepts. Komodo cruiser. Goes to the dragon. Right? (2017) upgrades on the wolf, right? We showed some of these. Even this would have been a cleaner 2017 look, you know what I mean? This looks crazy with the cape. I might have a futuristic version of wolf like this. This is nuts. Right? The Omega, Walter, we did that. Moto Claw. Mechzilla, right? We're going to do some homage with Mecha Godzilla. Here are the Omegas. So basically, Walter's characters are branch off these guys. You know? So I feel good like where we're at. You know, Nakia's going to have these in her Zeo upgrade. Power Rangers is dead, huh? Yeah, I beg to differ. Goes to the dragon. Right? His prime Ninjetti cloth. Come on, man. This suit's pretty unfuckwittable, man. I'm still waiting. And I've got 2 or 3 other more that you guys can't top. So I'm chilling, playing King of the Hill with y'all niggas waiting. And it's all back to drama. Y'all rather just sit up there in y'all shows and watch me in a leotard like I'm not single-handedly saving this shit and told the truth about everything. So we laughing all the way to the bank with my brand new monetized YouTube. So when they try to bring back ooze, remember that they got it from RiCaN. Because I'm showing everybody the way with this shit. And let's see who's fucking listening. The Ravager. This is one of the exclusive bad guys for the anime series. Right? RiCaN, another cloth RiCaN, Assassin's Creed RiCaN. We covered all this. This is all recap. Wakanda RiCaN, right? Like a Namor type. Speed this up a little bit. We're going to close this down. There's so much. I still got to react to Johnny's stuff. I might have to give him his own episode. We didn't even react to what happened with Jim Carrey and all this stuff. Right? The Die Ranger homage, Copperhead. Oh, yeah, yo. Shut to my projector. My setup. Little man loves his shit. For all my alleged homeless haters who living good over here.
Oh shoot, it got the light on too. Go ahead, hit play. Hey.
You know, little man enjoying his projector.
In the building.
That was like last week or 2 weeks ago. Since I'm an alleged deadbeat dad as well. So, killing the game, bruh. While this motherfucker illegally grifts my name, continuously making money like I'm not going to spin the block for my wallet. Like this shit ain't illegal right here. Right? Keep laughing, fuckboy. All you bitches trying to scam me, we got your information. We'll dox your ass whenever we want to. Zeo Zords on deck. I like these. I wanted to highlight these. I've seen these on the grid this week. White Lion. Shout to RDX. He's the one that came up with the battleizers. I thought this was great. That I saw on the internet this week. So I went back and I'm like, what did my battleizer look like? And I kind of put them together. So we got mech modes, battleizers. Shout to RDX. Definitely want to do some collab type shit. You know, X. You know. See what happens. So obviously this is the future to me. We're going to try to put Transformers and Power Rangers kind of together. We're the future. We did it first. You know what I mean? We might play around with some concepts. Some Zords in disguise. So let's get a little change of pace here. Give you guys a break.
Are you alone?
Tell me who else is coming. You think this ends with me?
Your brothers are already in danger, and one of them is about to face the cold.
Drag Scorpion into a sewer and just disappear.
He is not the one you should be worried about.
Guys, this is where animation is going right now. This is why we're watching to see where the game shifts, where it changes, what people do. Because look at what AI is making right now. Now, one thing, the motion, the moving still isn't perfect. AI still's a little quirky with its movement, but it's going to get there.
So you're the leader of your brothers?
I like to think so, but one of my brothers in particular would probably debate that.
None of you are worthy.
It's failed, though. I don't know, man. Sub-Zero all day. Fuck with it. Woo! Yo, the skin, the ice slide is a fair show. I'm telling you, there's no way Leo is surviving Sub-Zero, bro. Stop playing. Yo, he could have impaled him how many fucking times? Gangsters, fuck. Bro, he could have fell on a bed of spikes right there. Yo, you can't play with these Mortal Kombat niggas, Come on, y'all. We only find the best clips for y'all over here down in RiCaN's world. The best AI shit on the block always come from RiCaN's world. Shout out to this guy. This shit's perfect, bro. Wow. Ooh. Crazy. That's it. Bruh. Bruh. Uh-oh. We are pissed off, huh? See, you can see certain shit. It's just a little off. It can't do everything, man. Ooh, crazy fight, though. What? Yo. What entertaining as fuck. Look at this shit. Chop suey, nigga. Woo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Leo said that's a no.
What is this? Why are you here? You still don't understand. This was never about you. Then tell me who it's about. Your brothers. 2 of them are already walking into the nether realm. And if you run now, you still won't reach them in time.
Crazy word.
If you want to support the channel and see the extended version of this and all of our other videos,
yo, should we do the RangerVerse Scorpion, bro? Did we run? Oh man.
You picked the wrong alley. This is where your story ends.
Oh shit. All right, word. After this, we're gonna jump into the Johnny interview and close it out, and then we'll do every theme song on the way out, and then we're done.
No.
Yo, these are so fire. Shout out to this guy, bro. Crazy work. So as you can see, these are good, but they're not perfect at all. You can definitely see some flaws and some weapon changes and some movement issues. They look pretty damn good, though. These are only like 5 minutes. They feel longer. Okay, let's get it, Raph. Yeah, let's get it, nigga.
Is that you?
Fire.
Get over here!
Gonna win this one. Y'all got your money on Raph on this one too? I don't know. Might be a little turtle bias going on. I mean, if I had to critique, I would definitely shorten these up and clean them up a little bit. But not bad at all.
Cross! Is that all your grits all you got? Punch, Jack!
There you go, Raph. What you gonna do, bro? Turtles are ruthless, bro. Ooh, look at this. Crazy work. Damn, Raph took this one too. All right, y'all. So let's jump into the Johnny interview real quick before we take this home. Okay? Because we have an Avengers Doomsday leak. So let's mix it
7
up
Power Ranger teams you may have never heard about.
while I load up the next
Solar
segment.
Rangers. One of the consequences of the Shattered Grid story arc is the stranding of a motley crew of Power Rangers from various teams in a dimension that is seemingly devoid of morphin grid energy. As a result, every time each Ranger morphs, they risk running out of power.
This
Thus,
is a dope
they have to
channel,
balance
too.
the need to use their abilities with their own survival. Eventually, the roster would dwindle down to Andros, the Red Space Ranger, Tanya, the Yellow Zeo Ranger, Mike, the Magna Defender, Cam, the Green Samurai Ranger, Heckle, who has become the Dark Ranger, as teased in Dino Charge, and a variant of Kimberly, who is the Ranger Slayer from Draken's Dimension. As circumstances grow more dire, the survivors encounter a mysterious new Purple Ranger, who wields an artifact called the Solarix that is capable of absorbing morphin grid energy. While the two sides clash over the few reserves of power, they would soon find that the real threat is a rogue morphin master, known as the Praetor. Only by uniting as a group and using the power of the Solarix to become a new team of Solar Rangers are the Stranded able to find a planet made out of Zeo crystals, defeat the Praetor and his army, restore the dimension's link to the morphin grid, and find a way.
Pouring more into social and search, Dave just realized that it brings
All right,
less
well,
for every dollar
basically,
spent. Other advertisers just
When Lord Zed returns from a short stint in the space dumpster, he comes up with perhaps
this
his
is just some
most
Ranger
effective
lore
plan
to
to
fill you
destroy
guys
the
in,
Power
maybe.
Rangers.
You know, some teams you never heard about, some stuff in the comics.
Using the Green Chaos Crystal,
While I
Zed
load up
successfully
this
tricks the
Johnny
Rangers
interview.
into powering it up by sending a monster called Psycho Slug down to Earth. Once the Rangers destroy this monster with the Power Blaster, the Emperor of Evil retrieves the crystal that was buried deep inside the monster's body. By absorbing from the Power Blaster, Zed now has enough energy to bestow the Dark Ranger powers upon his henchmen. His advisor, Babu, becomes Dark Ranger Black. His bony wings are transformed into lethal appendages. At the same time, the monster creator Finster is now Dark Ranger Pink, his artistic hands now bruising claws. Meanwhile, the bumbling squat morphs into Dark Ranger Blue, his suit dotted with dangerous spikes. And the warrior Goldar ascends to Dark Ranger Yellow, his golden armor more protective than ever. To lead them, a special batch of putty is used to create a homunculus of Rita Repulsa. She evolves into Dark Ranger Red, replete with Rita's magic, but wholly loyal to Lord Zed. When this new Dark Ranger team is sent to Earth, along with their animalistic Terrazords, Zed's dream of destroying Tommy and the Power Rangers almost becomes true. But the appearance of a new Green Ranger results in the shattering of the Chaos Crystal, and the loss of their power source spells the end of the powerful Dark Rangers. Power Rangers are only able to survive multiple crises because they are a team. In the same way, you can help this channel be sustainable and continue to create videos about the Power Rangers comics and beyond.
Shout
by
out to
becoming a member.
Morphin
As a member of the
Shorts.
channel,
Go
you get
give
your
him
member
a
name featured in
follow,
long-form
man.
videos like this
Support
one,
all the
and you get
good
to see them before everyone
content
else.
creators.
In addition, there are Q&A sessions where I will answer selected questions about the channel, my process, or anything else you may have wondered about. Thank you all for the support you've shown Morphin Shorts so far by watching, liking, sharing, and subscribing. And now, back to the video. Mighty Mutant Power Rangers. In the second Ninja Turtles crossover, Rita has teamed up with Krang and leads his army in an invasion of Earth. At the same time, the Power Rangers once again find themselves locked out of their regular powers in the face of a daunting threat. It is at that moment that Billy and Donatello reveal their experiments with mutagen and the Power Coins and suggest a truly audacious idea. Instead of trying to morph, what if they tried to mutate? Leaping into action, the Rangers teleport into Angel Grove and declare that it's mutating time. Each Ranger then become humanoid mutants based upon their power animals, gaining their strength and abilities at the same time. Although they initially struggle with the physicality and agility of their new forms, the arrival and guidance of Master Splinter helps the Rangers adjust. He instructs them to stop fighting like humans and start relying on their now animal instincts, to lean into their newfound attributes. As a result, the Rangers' ferocity and effectiveness in battle increase. The Mutant Rangers are then instrumental in defeating Krang, who has managed to steal, upgrade, and pilot the Dino Megazord. The aftermath sees the Rangers regaining their morphing powers, but they are all sad at the prospect of not mutating anymore. Or maybe Supersonic Rangers. Not every Super Sentai in Japan was adapted for the Power Ranger series, so Boom Studios used the comics as an opportunity to do so, and also created a new Psycho Ranger at the same time. Trek is an alien 6th Ranger for the Supersonic Power Rangers on the planet Zybria. Ace, the Supersonic Red Ranger and the leader of the team, is a seer that can predict the future, a skill
a lot of backstory with the comics.
He uses to plan out battles and rescue missions. Ace claims that the Supersonic Green Ranger never factors into these visions, and thus including him would jeopardize mission success. As a result, Trek is consistently sidelined, which fuels his anger, bitterness, and feelings of superiority. In addition, Trek is also madly in love with Star, the supersonic Pink Ranger, who rejects his advances. On one such mission, a bomb goes off, killing most of the team. As the dust clouds settle, it is revealed that Trek planted the bomb and prevented Ace from foreseeing the consequences using a psychic trap that projected false images to those susceptible. He then travels to the home of Dark Spectre, who had seduced Trek over to his side by stoking the Ranger's rage. In helping the forces of evil develop the psychic trap using his supersonic morpher, Trek had passed the test, and as a reward, Dark Spectre grants him evil power, creating the first Psycho Ranger. He is then sent on a mission to retrieve the Dragon Power Coin that Rita Repulsa held in her possession in the space dumpster. Ranger Sentries. What if you had your own army of Power Rangers? The comics introduced their first major villain in Lord Dragon, a variant of Tommy that decided to stay evil even after Rita's spell on him was broken. When he succeeds in defeating the Power Rangers and betrays Rita, he seizes most of the power coins. Fearing that individuals would seek to claim their awesome power, Draken instead divides the coin's might amongst his most loyal subjects, turning them into Ranger Sentries. While Billy's coin remains hidden, the Black Power Coin creates Mastodon Sentries, who make up the foot soldiers of Draken's army. Armed with assault rifles, they are the first line of offense, used against the coinless insurgency.
Crazy. Love that character. The Sentries, Black Ranger Sentries are awesome. I think there's a couple figures.
The yellow power coin powers the Saber-Tooth Sentries, who are the lieutenants that command the battalions. The pink power coin is originally used for Draken's sniper divisions. The pterodactyl sentries are shrouded in both light armor and a cape. They wield devastating long-range rifles to pick off enemy combatants and civilians alike. When Draken creates the Ranger Slayer by enslaving Kimberly Hart with the same magic used by Rita, the pterodactyl sentries are decommissioned of their perverted pink Ranger powers in favor of the new Dark Assassin. Jason's red power coin crafts the Tyrannosaurus sentries, who wield double-ended pikes similar in design to the Power Sword and serve as Draken's elite guard. When Draken raids other Ranger timelines for their morphers in the Shattered Grid Crisis, he adds some of their abilities to his army, creating more wild varieties of Ranger sentries. Omega Rangers. The departures of Jason, Zack, and Trini is a major turning point in the TV series. The comics takes that event and turns it on its head, tying it into the fallout from Shattered Grid, kickstarting Tommy's return as the White Ranger, and introducing a new faction of Power Rangers at the same time. As a result of the end of Shattered Grid, reality is restored, but like a broken pane of glass, it was not perfectly mended. Morphin Grid energy leaks out, finds random hosts all across the galaxy, and creates beings that rival the Rangers' power, including some who would wish to use that power for personal gain. Thus, the Blue Emissary, an ambassador of the Morphin Grid, is tasked with solving this problem.
So a lot of these characters and shit that's interwoven in the comics is going to be mixed in too. All the shit that I like that I feel like should cross over, you know, I'm going to convert it.
Approach Jason, restore his memories of the Shattered Grid Crisis, and ask him to lead this mission. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jason agrees, but only on the condition that his team's full fighting ability
This is a hardcore Power Rangers show.
And upon Tommy's successful retrieval,
with
the
the
iconic White Ranger
bullshit,
is born.
bitch.
At the same time, Trini and Zack both join Jason's side mission after noticing his suspicious actions. After their first mission in space, the trio realize that they cannot do this and be Earth's protectors at the same time. By using the peace conference as a cover, they resign and are bestowed new abilities by the Blue Emissary, becoming the ancient Omega Rangers. However, their important mission would soon send them on a course that pits them against Zordon and their friends. Dimension X Rangers. In the second Ninja Turtles crossover, the Turtles find themselves traveling into Dimension X alongside the unlikeliest of allies, the Shredder. Journeying across the war-torn world, they get a glimpse of the potential future of Earth if Krang succeeds in conquering their home. Soon, the group reach the Technodrome and infiltrate the spherical war machine. Inside, Michelangelo stumbles upon broken morphers, confirming that Dimension X used to have Power Rangers of their own. When they realize that Rita Repulsa had set up an ambush for them using recycled monsters like Pudgy Pig, Terrible Toad, Pumpkin Clapper, and others, the Dimension X morphers begin to glow. Excitedly, Donatello tells his brothers to each grab one and morph, using the appropriate phrase. Power up, power extreme. With that, the Turtles become 90s-style extreme Power Rangers, with energy-based weapons similar to that of Casey Jones, who had become Ranger X earlier in the story. Returning to Earth, the Turtles complete their mission of finding a power node to help restore the command center, just in time for Rita to confront them with a brainwashed Casey. When the bond of friendship between the Turtles and Casey snaps Rita's spell, the Dimension X Rangers are able to team up to defeat the Space Witch. At the end of the story, Casey Jones and April O'Neil, now the Yellow Dimension X Ranger, are tasked by Zordon to return the morphers back to the citizens of Dimension X, helping to ensure that they have a fighting chance against the remnants of Krang's army. And that's 7 different Power Ranger teams that you may not have known about. Which of these teams are your favorite? For future videos like this, make sure you subscribe and stay tuned for more from Morphin Shorts.
All right, y'all.
If
So
you've seen at least a few of my Power Ranger videos, you'll know that I've shown a lot of love
basically,
for a particular area.
this is where I'm at. Everything's in the hands of Disney, right? So Ghost of the Dragon's a big deal. We've got a lot written. We've got a lot made. We've got a lot to steal from. The grid has gotten so saturated with all these Power Ranger creators and grifters and nonsense. Even Hasbro and the main people who own the brand got shit coming. They got new toys out. You know what I'm saying? They got the reboot. So, you know, we're waiting on White Dragon to see if that's the ultimate grift. So the climate is get the project together and then 10 paces and spin and see who pops off. Because we've got the big 3. Me, Hasbro, and White Dragon. Those are the culture shifters right now, in my opinion. So with that being said, before I close it out with Johnny, do we trust Disney?
Era of the show between 1998 or 9 to 2002 or 3. The exact years are a bit of a bore, 25 or 64,
We recovered
but they encompass the following seasons of Power Rangers,
and
Lost
covered
Galaxy,
that
Lightspeed
video in the
Rescue,
beginning
my
with
favorite,
all the
Time
seasons.
Force, and Wild Force. Most of the span is known as the post-Zordon era, after the death of prominent character Zordon, mentor to the original Power Rangers. Now, this period of the franchise was under its original owner, Saban Entertainment, and aired primarily on the now defunct Fox Kids. I definitely have a bit of a bias toward them, considering this is what I grew up with, but I was also the prime age to grow up with what came after. A shift in the direction of the show that had its own strengths as well as its own challenges. A brief time where the ownership changed hands to a company now known for its dominance in entertainment, including
So
one of
here's
the
another
biggest
good
superhero
video,
franchises,
another
raising billions of
breakdown.
dollars. I hope we're all on the same page here. We're talking about Disney.
Right?
How did the House of Mouse come upon Power Rangers, and why did they treat it like an ugly stepchild? And just why was the 7-year span as highly regarded despite this? Was it
Do we really trust Disney with them again, or what are they gonna do different this time?
Before we uncover the
Now
answers
they give a fuck.
to those questions, I can go for a snack. And there's no one better to help satisfy my cravings than today's sponsor, Tokyo Treat.
Tokyo Treat was kind enough sending a box of snacks from Japan. Let's open this bad boy up. Whoa. Parents would call it spoiling your appetite.
Sorry, buddy. And this is what, you know,
Don't need to know Japanese to find out what they are.
If you're
most
interested in
Power
receiving
Ranger
a box from
content
Tokyo Treat, make sure
creators
to use
look
my
like,
link in the
you know,
description.
kind of
Thanks again to
act like.
Tokyo Treat for sponsoring this video. Let's first define exactly what encompasses the Disney era of Power Rangers. This would be the season spanning from 2003 through 2009, being Power Rangers Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, SPD, Mystic Force, Operation
So we
Overdrive,
got a
Jungle
lot of
Fury, and
classic seasons in the Disney era. Do we trust them with it now? Also with 2017. You know what I'm saying? So
finally, RPM. Technically, you could extend this by about a year on both ends. You could say it started in 2002 as Power Rangers Wild Force was produced after Disney had acquired the brand. But because enough pre-production on Wild Force by the previous production team under Saban's ownership had already been completed, it had more in common with previous iterations. We'll get into the details of the acquisition
so
shortly.
technically, Wild Force is the first season, even though it was half made by
It's simply a rerun of the
Saban.
original series with obnoxious comic book graphics added in. No real substance there. Seasons during this era, like Ninja Storm through RPM, showcase an interesting level of perseverance. The show was all but saved from outright ending thanks to a last-minute decision to move production from Los Angeles, California to New Zealand. Disney cared little about the franchise during the time they owned it. I know for a lot of my returning viewers, this is just review. But for those who don't know, Disney didn't want Power Rangers in the first place. So why buy it?
They didn't want them in the first place, so why buy it? That's a good ass question. Which is obviously reflected in the work.
Today, Disney is known as this mega conglomerate who's absorbed many brands, studios, and other media companies into its fold. So it's not surprising to hear that the House of Mouse came under ownership as a result of a purchase. But they didn't buy Power Rangers specifically. No, they bought the television network channel Fox Family under the Fox Corporation, subsequently renamed ABC Family, realigning it with Disney's own network branding. The sale also came with Saban Entertainment, of which Power Rangers was under. It was a package deal, whether they wanted it or not. Now, Power Rangers, a brand once explosive in the 90s and was still moderately successful in the early 2000s, is now a shadow of its former self as far as business is concerned. This is the heavily cut down version, by the way.
Nice. See, this is why I like exploring these videos, because you get to learn about
When it comes to the buyout, I did have to leave the nitty-gritty details out of the final script. Luckily for you guys, my friend
Now
Ranger Retro
you
did a great
know
video a few years back.
that this is why Disney did not want Power Rangers, because they acquired it in a Saban deal under ABC Family. The more you know.
Into the unabridged story, I suggest giving it a watch. Now imagine you're Disney. You just moved into this beautiful new house on Fox Family Road, but your real estate agent, a fella named Haim Saban, left you with a sad little puppy dog named Power Rangers. The dog's name is Power Rangers. You can't just up and get rid of this dog you never asked for. That's kind of how it felt at the time. Power Rangers was this puppy that could never get the approval of its owner, Disney. Thankfully, the canine allegory that is Power Rangers was kept alive. While Disney only fed it kibble, we can credit the efforts of the show's former metaphorical dog walkers, Ann Austin and Doug Sloan, for coming over and throwing some juicy, nutritious steaks over the fence. I don't remember exactly where I was going with this dog metaphor, but it's basically the efforts of two veterans bringing in their knowledge and experience as the show transitioned to a totally new production team in another country. It wasn't the parent company. It was a few individuals who cared to fight for a show they still saw value in. Maintaining the quality of Power Rangers was never Disney's priority, but it was for former executive producers Austin and Sloan. I call them dog walkers, not
These
in
are
an
all
insulting way,
other
but to show that no matter
seasons
who
that
owned
we
Power
can kind of
Rangers,
like
it's the group.
champion and help and promote. That's not so much MMPR hype. MMPR is not the only thing that exists. Making other seasons popular will not make MMPR any less popular, but will make Power Rangers more popular as a whole if you promote the other seasons you like. We do not need to keep jocking MMPR for everything. There's 30 goddamn seasons. What the fuck?
who actually work on the show that matters. Quick aside, people seem to have missed that point in one of my earlier videos, how Power Rangers doesn't need Super Sentai. Yes, Hasbro still owns it, and it's on another Disney platform, but it's an entirely new production crew. Just because Hasbro could improve themselves with Cosmic Fury, it doesn't mean that they can't learn how to make a good show that doesn't rely on Sentai. I'm not saying you're gonna make a good show. I'm just saying there's a capacity to learn from the best of Power Rangers and the best of Super Sentai, studying what makes, or I guess made, both shows good. Unfortunately, the New Zealand crew was just too tainted by bad habit. The production team in London, however, they've got nothing holding them back. Anyway, transitioning back into the main topic, the New Zealand production looked unrecognizable during its final project in 2023 versus its first in 2003. The show's production pretty much restarted from scratch, following the move from Los Angeles, California to Auckland, New Zealand. One of the decisions made was to bring the show back to basics. It was an attempt to try and recapture what was the most profitable time of the show. This would be the first instance of something the franchise would try to do later on to much lesser success and more outright blatantness. I know I said Disney couldn't give a mouse his red shorts about Power Rangers, but they still had to write off on decisions. If I were to guess, some executive probably made a decision looking only at the money and not the growth that the show's made. It can't be understated that the return to form was a slight simplification of the writing. Not quite a fruitless rehash of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, an approach that's been attempted ad nauseum. This was done practically for the benefit of keeping the show alive. It kept the budget down, which made Disney happy, or at least indifferent enough to not interfere, therefore allowing Power Rangers to continue. Episodes became more standalone, with plots very rarely continuing past an episode outside of multi-parters. The character writing was simpler, and things felt more comedic.
Yo, Ninja Storm carried this shit, and then SPD.
SPD and Time Force are two of the most popular seasons, but compare the character writing against each other. It's clear they're written in two very different ways. SPD's characters are archetypes that are slowly chipped away as you learn about their struggles. Jack is charitable and cares for his community, stemming from his hardship growing up on the streets, hardening him to be a leader.
He's got no business being a Red Ranger.
Sky's a racist. Sky's at first arrogant and dismissive of Jack, but you find out his motivation for living up to his father's legacy as Red Ranger. Time Force's characters are motivated by circumstance and destiny, wanting to learn to defy the path set out for them. For Jen, Alex's death. For Wes, his father's plan to take over the company. For Eric, crawling out of poverty. In a vacuum, I think the Disney seasons are really good, but especially up against the recent post-Zordon era, at the time it felt like a downgrade. And I wasn't the only one who felt this way. Fans online noticed this change too. I'm sure there were people who really loathed this at the time, but with the benefit of hindsight, I'd say more people actually appreciate Disney more than they did back then, because everything's relative and opinions change. For some, this was a low point. Joke's on them, the low point got lower. While I still have preference for the writing pre-Disney, I don't hate and never hated the Disney era. I just liked one storytelling style over the other. That's not to say the Disney seasons were devoid of good writing. While
I think that's a good assessment. I think the Saban era has a little better writing in a lot of seasons in the Disney stuff for sure.
Storm featured comedy up the wazoo, the production did dial it back in subsequent seasons. And at points, we'd still get the familiar gripping storylines we did. The heart of the show was still beating, but at every turn, the show would be at risk of cancellation. At this time, the only thing people really knew was that Disney didn't want the show, and every year, the fear of the potential end was always swirling around. One Disney executive allegedly saying to just dub Super Sentai, or so the rumor goes. The roughly first half of the Disney seasons otherwise were solid in their own right, and had some elements that resembled the post-Zordon era. Episode numbers were down.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't have faith in Disney at all in this reboot. They already fucking up. And in the Boom Studios reboot on the comics, those suits look freaking stupid.
Opposed to the 40 in previous years. Also, remember when shows did that? It's all 10 episodes or less now. Ninja Storm, understandably,
the fuck
lacked
is
a
that
special.
three triangles?
Were a whole ocean away, and the whole New Zealand move was to save on costs. There was a rumor that a Wild Force team up was
should have
planned
called
at one point, but Jackie Marsden
RiCaN.
shot that down.
Y'all
They
gonna
returned the following year
flop
with Night of
now.
Thunder featuring a 2-part team up special. SPD had 2 one-episode team ups, a bit of an odd arrangement, 2 separate stories. However, the following 4 seasons, Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, and RPM would completely do away with the yearly team up tradition with a previous team. Instead, only featuring one team up for the 15th anniversary. The 2-part Once a Ranger during Operation Overdrive. On top of that, episode counts were reduced further, starting with Mystic Force down to 32, 6 episodes less than the first 3 Disney seasons, and 8 less than post-Zordon. In the US, Power Rangers aired on ABC Family and their children's block, ABC Kids, beginning with the remainder of Wild Force, as that season was still airing when the network transition began. Later, the show would be broadcast on the Jetix block of ABC Family and 2 Disney, starting in February of 2004. ABC Family would eventually discontinue its Jetix block in 2006. Jetix would be the home for Power Rangers through to the end of 2007's Operation Overdrive. Beginning with 2008's Power Rangers Jungle Fury, the show would
I'm
air on
programming
ABC Kids,
y'all. Is that too
not every ABC
fast?
affiliate in the country carried children's programming, or even option to air Power Rangers when it did. This meant for me, growing up with Portland's ABC affiliate K2, I just couldn't catch episodes. Even if you were in a market that aired Power Rangers, it was often preempted for sports, so you'd miss episodes. This would be the same case for Power Rangers RPM in 2009. I bring this up because Power Rangers, for its last few releases under Disney, not you, were made incredibly difficult to watch and harder to find. It was clear Disney was sweeping it under the rug as they were preparing for the launch of their new channel, Disney XD. RAR. This was a brand that I say would have been perfect for Power Rangers, but instead, Disney was more than happy to be rid of the franchise. The previously mentioned yearly rumors that the show would be canceled would have happened after Jungle Fury, had it not been for Jetix Europe's contract for one more Power Rangers season. This led to the production of Power Rangers RPM. Disney still had the franchise for about a year and did do some stuff in 2010, mostly tying in with toy manufacturer Bandai's plans. Hey, we're finally talking about you now. It's okay. You can come on screen, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers reversion. Now get out of here! There really isn't much to talk about it, but it did air similarly to Jungle Fury and RPM, and by that I mean it aired for some. Bandai was going to fill toy shelves at retailers regardless, so this was the least amount of effort Disney could and was willing to put in. After this, Disney sold the franchise back to its original owner, Haim Saban.
Wow, it went back. The fact that it went back to Saban is crazy work, bro.
$1.
Sold for $1.
Cool, what'd I buy?
And of course, he would treat Power Rangers with much more reverence and respect for the accomplishments it made in the last decade and a half.
So this is technically, is it Neo Saban when he got it back?
That last sentence, by the way, was a joke, a lie, which is weird because I never lie on the internet.
I don't know. Man, Power Rangers is a crazy like history, bro. It really does.
So what makes these seasons of the show so good? As Power Rangers approached and continued into the 2000s, the show slowly became more than just action and selling toys. Characters and drama added dimension to what was seemingly a transactional affair. You show the kids the toys, they buy the toys.
Y'all getting the crash course on this Ranger life in this episode.
No longer was it
Shit.
just a half-hour advertisement for... When Power Rangers moved to New Zealand, this was retained in the push and pull of a disassociative corporate ownership. Though not to the extent of what the US production had, that writing style
But
was
y'all
still
gonna
there,
fuck
and with
with
a bit of a
RiCaN,
positive
you
side
need to
effect.
know Power
Outright
Rangers.
serialization that helped to create overarching plot threads was significantly reduced, with the episodes being comparatively more standalone. But that makes moments like Cam's from Ninja Storm all the more something you empathize with. All season, we as an audience are passive watchers to the Rangers, much like Cam is. We even see his reactions, watching fight through a screen until eventually feeling frustrated. Cam was the original React Andy. He wasn't allowed to be a Ranger, but he's essentially forced to have to watch it every single day. We've unwittingly followed his samurai's journey for as long as he has. And while it hadn't been outright brought up before this episode, it doesn't feel out of place, and instead
All day
recontextualizes
long,
his annoyances in past episodes.
Give. That's all I do.
Despite the limitations, you tend to appreciate it when you see those complexities still find their way in. It's the writers circumventing and making the best of the budget situation. As the years went on, it got better. Kruger starting Space Patrol Delta to avenge the destruction of his people and loss of his wife. The various sacrifices of individuals like Lyin, Daggeron, and Claire's mother that kept the gates to the underworld closed, ensuring peace and bestowing the weight of responsibility left behind
we
in
got
aftershocks of
what?
lost
Mystic
loved ones on the
Force,
survivors. Then there's the bully who
SPD,
goes down the darkest path, escalating his life due to
Dino
bad influences
Thunder.
that led him to hurting others before realizing he himself is in control and the only one who can fix his own issues. And finally, the victim of a government-led child abduction bearing the guilt of almost total human annihilation and apocalyptic levels of pollution. Look, when the show locks in, it locks in. And of course, with a change in filming location means new gorgeous scenery to take advantage of. I did a video not too long ago on the show's cinematography, but I'll try not to tread too much on the same talking points here. There's something about New Zealand that makes the colors pop. Because of the filming location, the show was able to use the Lord of the Rings aesthetics to great effect. While the California sun is great for maximum light, the Kiwi
All right,
climate
I
lends
think
itself
we're gonna
more to
have
making
to
nature
we're
more
gonna have
vibrant.
to come
The
back.
greens are richer. Definitely helps that things aren't
That
dry,
Johnny
which is the biggest
interview
downside of
is
filming in
fucking
arid Los
4
Angeles.
hours
The overall
long.
aesthetic
It's
Disney
gonna have
introduced
to
was a
be
lot
a
more
part
fun, a
2.
bit of a departure from the realism and practicality we had come to know, but instead we got maximalist
I'm
aesthetics
trying to
mixed in
keep
parts
the
of the visual
shows
movement
around
going
4
on at the time.
hours,
It seemed
guys,
that the
but
focus
it's
was to
so
make things look
much to
cool or fun
cover.
rather than utilitarian. They gave the Mystic Force team's base, the Root Core, computer monitors. Definitely made it easier for Madison to upload her videos to RangerSecrets.com. The Delta base opens up side panels in its bridge so the Rangers can slide into their Zords at a moment's notice, which is reminiscent of Power Rangers in space, so not bad. But when your workstation's the emergency hatch, you are not getting stuff done if there's a giant monster attacking downtown. In real life, it would have been a standing desk. And the Jungle Fury Rangers, they have to swing on ropes just to exit the place. It's silly, but that's part of the charm. Uh-oh, there's a monster attacking, but you can't go out the back door. We've got vaulted ceilings and a hole in the wall. We gotta make use of it. This visual identity was also reflected in the wardrobe department. Ninja Storm and SPD civilian uniforms aren't just plain ninja and cop outfits. They're loud. They're in your face.
I
Less
love it.
practical, not really there for realism or authenticity, but more for the vibe. The all-black look with colored piping for the Overdrive Rangers. The Mystic Force Rangers wear a fantasy-style garb with unique costume elements for each Ranger. RPM just did leather jackets. And leather jackets are cool. Even the mid-2000s sleek Frutiger Arrow style found its way onto the show in different ways. Creative decisions like this were on the show because someone on the crew decided the season would be better off for it. It's not like one character's wardrobe has a massive effect on the plot, but you do eat with your eyes. The final visual identity supported by these decisions is what makes these seasons memorable. It's not just about giving it the wrong or right
That's
look.
true.
It's about
The
giving it its own
drip
unique
was
look. Even the obnoxious
official with the
repeated
Disney
explosions serve
era.
as an iconic part of the Disney era, whether people like them or not. You can feel the passion of the creatives behind the scenes. Sure, there are some shortcomings. May they be dictated by budget, censorship. Sure, the actors' New Zealand and Australian accents sometimes slip, but we're provided enough value that we can look past some flaws. This was something the future production of the show never got to understand. Though the show caved to the demands of Disney while still under their ownership, they still did what they could to make Power Rangers a worthwhile product. Once Disney sold the show, it was all about writing the bare minimum and bending the knee to the fart-obsessed executives.
See? Shit was never handled properly.
Disney never really did a strong marketing push for Power Rangers in any significant way, which is weird if you know what the company was trying to do at the time, and even to this day. From 1999 to 2004, Disney would attempt to launch a line of figures called Disney Adventurers. This was a male counterpart to their incredibly successful Disney Princess line, but unfortunately, it wasn't all that successful. Picture this, you're Michael Eisner, or actually, no, you're Bob Iger. At least you're not Chapek. You're the CEO of the Walt Disney Company, and it's 2004, and your line of boys' toys failed. You just can't seem to win over that demographic. If only you had a boys' action series that is proven to not only sell toys, but is cheap to produce entertainment content for to help advertise it. If only there was such a franchise that Disney already owned. One
Right.
that had become the #1 boys brand and dominated toy aisle
Ding, ding, ding. We got a winner.
for years. Too bad Disney never found it. Joking aside, it's really strange that Disney didn't do more with Power Rangers. It was handed to them on a silver platter as a bonus to a purchase they just made. And not only that, it appealed to a demographic they were trying to get.
Because nobody knows how to progress and make this shit. it was up to the Japanese, and then we made some hybrid chop shop bullshit with the footage, Saban style.
Historical success to back it up, considering they
It
had full
needs to
intention to
go
try and
back
market
to
themselves to
formula.
boys.
Back to formula.
It's baffling they didn't see the potential. Well, in 2008, a little-known film called Iron Man came out. It would spawn a number of sequels, eventually becoming the first massive cinematic universe franchise, and it appealed to boys. So Disney bought it, and Power Rangers was forgotten. Granted, it's highly unlikely the higher-ups at Disney even knew they owned Power Rangers, and if I had to guess, even if they did, they'd probably prioritize their other, more refined works, like 2006's The Shaggy Dog, starring Tim Allen as the Shaggy Dog. No joke, that movie was one of those coming soon to DVD previews on home releases of Power Rangers SPD. Outside of the sale of Fox Kids, the highest executive we know who may have even been aware of Power Rangers is Jay Francis, a vice president of Disney Television Animation, and only because a cease and desist had to be sent out about Power Rangers because, shenanigans on Ranger Board. It's not like Power Rangers was totally devoid of presence at Disney. You could meet them at the Disney parks. Oh, I mean park, singular. You could meet the Rangers at what was then Disney's MGM Studios, now Hollywood Studios. But of course, that ended when Disney let the franchise go. Actually, many of the suits from this meet and greet are now in the possession of fans. My friend Hurricane Gold has multiples of the RPM green spandex. As cool as this meet and greet was, it was never really advertised much. I remember going to Walt Disney World as a kid with my family in 2007, not knowing this, and then finding out a month later, no signage, no ads, no trace of Power Rangers anywhere, besides one crappy SPD watch I found at the Disney store.
That's crazy work. So Disney basically had a hidden gem and they didn't give a shit, bro, at all.
Me, I think so. The potential was there.
Y'all
Were they
gonna trust
realistically
them
going to do
now?
good by it?
We're
Probably
still
not.
not
Even
listening
if it was
to the
guaranteed that Power
fans.
Rangers would make the company billions of dollars, it would likely still be forgotten on the basis that Disney did not intentionally buy it. It just came with that other thing they bought. It could have been the boys brand that Disney needed, and instead Power Rangers had to sing Sweet Nightingale while cleaning the floor, all while Disney was greenlighting projects for other brands they thought was worth more of their time. But I guess the track record on those two isn't all that great either. So how about the show itself? How was it under Disney? Well, it was great. It's not without its faults, of course, but overall, it became more than what the owners wanted it to be. The show stayed alive, despite all odds, at a company that actively ignored it. It told great
Good
stories, despite the
assessment,
compromises
though.
to meet budgetary demands.
Not
It's
bad.
become this nostalgic time for what was the second and third generation of Power Rangers fans who were lucky enough to grow up when it aired but were too young to fully feel the boom of Mighty Morphin in the 90s. Even today, the Disney seasons of Power Rangers are fondly remembered. Quite the stark contrast from how people used to treat those seasons back in the day. Actors from these seasons are flying in from New Zealand, meeting fans and interacting with other actors from the American production. There was a time, both during and after the Disney era, where both productions felt so separate and disparate from each other. After Saban bought back the show, it's rumored Jonathan Zakor, producer of Power Rangers Super Megaforce, the show's 20th anniversary season, didn't bring back any Disney era actors and was going to treat those seasons as non-canon. Even some fans at the time would go as far as to discount the Disney seasons due to the quality shift. Ninja Steel alone would give them an embolism. The Disney entries of the show weren't bad, they were just different. And now we look back at them and give them the dues they needed years ago. And I know part of it's just rose-tinted glasses. We're starting to see that with the Neo Saban seasons that aired on Nickelodeon, but we're only recently breaking down and analyzing what makes the show good. Power Rangers has always been about its diversity in many of its aspects, from its casting to the different types of action, to even the different styles and genres between each season, each era. The campy Ninja Storm, the angsty Dino Thunder, the ahead of its time SPD, the fantastical Mystic Force, the globe-trotting Operation Overdrive, the surprising heart of Jungle Fury, and pure drive and ambition of RPM. The Disney magic was a part of Power Rangers, whether intentional or not. Soon, Power Rangers will be making its return under the Disney banner, though not through ownership as Hasbro.
I don't know what y'all think. After this drops, you'll get a ton of Ghost of the Dragon shit, I promise. Because once they drop some stuff and I know where this shit is going, I know what to stay away from. And where then who they're stealing from, basically.
Will retain it. The new show, which is currently casting, will be released on Disney+. It's headed by showrunners Jonathan E. Steinberg and Dan Schatz, who were behind the Percy Jackson series on the same platform. It's a very different production, all 100% original without any Sentai footage. Not that there's any Sentai footage left to adapt. Hey Hasbro, give us a Super Space Captain Chaco Infinity. It'll be funny. Disney taking over the show back in 2003 was a very, very different change, and now we're experiencing another one.
I don't like change!
Let's wish this new production team in London some luck. Who knows, maybe we'll look back at the Disney Plus show decades from now, wanting to relive the first time we got to watch it. Or it could suck. That's a possibility. Thanks again to Tokyo Treat for sponsoring this video.
All right, so now that you see Power Rangers, this is basically where we're at with Marvel, right? So before we get into anything else, let's do this. Because this is the only game in town we got. Marvel, DC. Is Power Rangers a different lane?
It's connected to other MCU projects that seem like they will make this plot much more interesting and chaotic. Of course. And that's why in this video we bring you big revelations. Doctor Doom, Avengers Doomsday, and Spider-Man 4 with its trailer.
Welcome to the revenge of the Electro Moose Pop.
Point number 1, Doomsday connections. We already have a lot of information about the plot of what will happen in Avengers Doomsday. It seems that there's already a pretty strong base of what we will see circulating on the network, so additional details complement much more what happens in this first part of the end of the saga. One of the things we can already know about Doom as our protagonist is that at least in Doomsday, they are not going to play so much with
All right, so Marvel basically can't recreate the Infinity Saga. So they think bringing back Downey for Doomsday is going to do it. That's my opinion. So I don't want to just talk about Rangers. Now we're going to talk about Hollywood, the music industry, anything affiliated with AI, comic culture, the game as a whole as a base. So I'm going to close it out with this Avengers shit, right? Because I feel like this Johnny stuff needs its own live, its own breakdown, because it's just too much shit. I'm getting tired. I'm hungry. You know, I want to keep the lives in half. I can't be doing 8-hour lives. I thought I was going to go all night. I can't do it. So I'm going to do a part 2. We're going to break down the Johnny interview and go into Ghost of the Dragon on the business side, react to Spades. I want to cover some hip-hop stuff with some music beef. So I'm going to start breaking up the RiCaN's a little bit. But let's close it out with Marvel. You know, I want to cover the Paramount shit, the acquisition of DC, where all that. So we're going to be branching these conversations to different sides of the comic culture.
Identity, that is, with the fact that we know that he's identical to our Iron Man, that is Robert Downey Jr., that is Robert Downey Jr.
Hey, aren't you Iron Man?
Yes, it's me.
Yes.
Ever since we learned that the actor would return, we thought that part of the intrigue would be this resemblance he has to Tony Stark. But there is a revelation, and that is that insiders like John Kamak and Matt to Shine Hello say that his little face will not be seen until later.
Will this save the MCU? Will it top the Infinity Saga? That is going to be tough for me. I love Infinity War.
This seems to indicate that this big revelation will leave all these characters in shaka. They're saving it for a key moment in Avengers.
So the next couple RiCaN's, we're going to dive into some other stuff, try to get some new fans, some other sides of the comic culture. Like I said, let's get some Marvel and DC boys in here.
It would not work, at least with the Avengers, who do not see him as an imposter or distract them too much
My
on the main
knowledge
plan.
is
And in order
extensive
to
with
manipulate them
Marvel
and
and
make them see him
DC
as an
as well.
ally, it does sound like it would be a better idea to keep this card. The mystery is not for the audience, because the return of Robert Downey Jr. has already sold it to us, and it is part of the hype.
And I'm
we have to
not
see this
completely
movie.
sold on
According
this
to Matt Time,
idea.
to Shine Hello, they will let us see his little face, but it's something that only the public can see. For the heroes to remain anonymous, it wouldn't make much sense to hide it completely when it's part of the publicity stunt. Meanwhile, another insider, Cryptality, dropped new details about the plot leak that's been circulating for days. According to him, many things come directly from the comics written by Jonathan Hickman, especially stories like Secret Wars and the famous Time Runs Out arc. For those who didn't live through this stage of the
So New Avengers and Secret Wars is basically where a lot of this story is coming from.
comic, it was basically a story where the multiverse begins to collapse because the universes collide with each other. The famous incursions, which are now canon in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, each collision destroys entire reality.
So next weekend, we're going to move around a little
and someone
bit.
ends up with enough power to rebuild
kind
what's
of
left.
plan and
Manic
plot.
laughter.
I want to talk about some other things
Manic
now
laughter.
that we covered Rangers so much.
In Jonathan Hickman's comics, this power was linked to the Beyonders, cosmic entities that played with reality as if it were plasticine. Ooh, they're kind of gods. But here comes one of the most curious changes in the adaptation. We were expecting them to give us the Beyonders, but Marvel said, why a new character when I have so many super powerful characters? Others. And according to Cryptality in the film, this role would be filled by Loki. The god of mischief himself will take on a key role in this plot. Loki, who is now sitting on the Tree of Time holding all the timelines as if he were the librarian of the multiverse. Ali, in this version, he would be the one with magical, mystical, and spiritual powers similar to those of the Beyonders. And that's why our villain in turn, who is Doom, needs to steal this power in order to create his battle world, and thus create a collage of the destroyed dimensions. Another interesting detail has to do with Doom's followers. In the comics, there is a character called Black Swan who is absolutely devoted to him. In the original story, she plays an important role in the incursions and within the villain's inner circle. But according to Cryptic, this character could be replaced in the film by another MCU figure. You know, Marvel is more resourceful using what it does, so as not to create so much chaos by introducing new characters in the final stretch. The insider doesn't say exactly who, which obviously opened the can of worms on the internet of things. Some believe it could be Doctor Strange because despite being very sensible and objective, he's very high-minded with Clea. And perhaps in this new stage, he could start to flatter Doom. Boo. Others are betting on Clea because, come on, we don't know her very well, but her connections with Dormammu and what we know of her in the comics don't have good references as a heroine. She's more on the villainous side. And of course, the Wanda theory.
And we're supposed to get this, what, next December, I think?
Comes up because when something becomes chaotic and the fandom automatically looks to her. She has the power to destroy everything. And if Doom plays his cards right and promises that he could get what she wants, which is to bring her children back,
The
this
doomsday
desperate
clock
mother
is
could
going.
become a loyal ally. Now what? Interestingly, this approach fits in quite well with another part of Hickman's comic. It's in this story that Doctor Strange ends up working with Doctor Doom in secret under the identity of Raboom Alal. For a long time, no one knows who is really behind the events that are destroying universes, only to have the revelation that blows everyone's mind when they find out. If the movie follows something similar, then Doom could be pulling the strings throughout the story without the heroes really understanding who he is or who his allies are.
Deception. Betrayal, my friend.
With these data-style followers that Doom is gonna have, and that at least now we know that he has two sorcerers of the mystic arts with Strange and Clea, we can understand why Cryptic Quality mentions that Doomsday is going to have connections with the multiverse of madness. Whether it's because of this journey that Clea proposes to Strange at the end in the post-credit scene, or because of the ninja path that Wanda has been taking with her supposed death in the finale. And well, it does connect quite a bit by bringing these characters back. Also, with the whole issue of the incursions, which in the leaked plot is often...
So incursions is going to cause all the cameos and people to come back and make it this big spectacle. Because the more the merrier.
Referenced as the beginning of Doomsday will be a central theme in the clash of realities. Doom's plan has to involve stealing the power of Loki, who is our Beyonder at the moment. In Jonathan Hickman's comics, the need for this power to create Battle World is often mentioned. A world formed by fragments of destroyed universes. And Doom wants to create this new world so he can rule as a god emperor. But this role that Black Swan mentions, it is also important to consider how Marvel could present her to us. Before the collapse of the multiverse, Black Swan was part of a group called the Black Priests, a characters dedicated to studying and manipulating incursions between universes. She was also linked to the events of world destruction because she knew that when two realities collided, one had to disappear. That is why at the beginning of the saga,
the Beyonder and this lady here is going to be a big character in the movie.
Her relationship with the heroes is strained because she possesses information that many consider too dangerous. It is not until the creation of Battleworld that Black Swan becomes one of Doom's most loyal followers. Within Battleworld, there is a political and military structure that sustains Doom's rule. The characters such as Dr. Strange appear there, who acts as his advisor or sheriff of the world, and also several groups of voters who believe that Doom saved reality. In fact, Strange having his own place on this Council of Doom makes us think that Black Swan could be represented by someone else. Look, Clea is the biggest possibility because she already has a connection to Doctor Strange, and at the same time, it makes sense that she already knows much more information about the chaos of realities and the incursions. Hence, there have already been several hints from insiders about this character, so we can't lose sight of her to consider her relevant to the plot of the end of this saga. Yeah, at the moment, it seems that the participation of many of Doom's followers and Avengers who will be in the film is only to know that he has many...
Tutorial para blindar tus ahorros con criptomonedas. 1. Abre una cuenta en una plataforma segura, como Binance, BitGet o Kraken. Te pedirá la foto de un documento para así poder verificar tu identidad. 2. Ingresa dinero en tu cuenta. Si haces una transferencia bancaria, pagarás menos comisiones. 3. Cambia ese dinero por criptomonedas como USDT o USDC. Son monedas que siempre valen lo mismo. Es como un dólar. No suben ni bajan, pero mantienen el valor de tu dinero. Y si las colocas en una opción que paga intereses por tenerlas...
Many allies, brothers, who are creating the war, brother. So we will surely understand more about their dynamics in this sect until Avengers Secret Wars. Point number 2. Chaos with the Spider trailer. One of the films that we were already expecting to have official images of is Spider-Man Brand New Day, but Marvel has had setbacks with its trailer. Considering that the trailer had already been leaked, we thought that Marvel would release it sooner. And the thing is that we are officially at this uncomfortable point in the calendar. There are less than 150 days left for Spider-Man Brand New Day, and there still isn't even a public trailer.
Maybe it's stupid, but it's also dumb.
In Hollywood marketing terms, that's basically showing up late to the party after the snacks are gone, and there had been a lot of speculation about when the trailer would be released, but that's it. Here's some information released by the Trailer Truck, an account that usually has a good eye for these things. According to them, Marvel and Sony are basically toying with two possible dates to release the first trailer. The first option is relatively soon, around March 20, and it wouldn't be just any release. The idea would be to take advantage of the theatrical release.
Yeah, that's relatively soon, yeah.
Of the Hail Mary project, which interestingly enough is also a Sony film. The move would be pretty classic, putting the trailer out before the screening so that the audience can see it on the big screen and then releasing it online that same day or maybe a few days later. The second option is a bit more strategic, waiting until the theatrical release, which this year happens on April 13. For those who aren't so into the world of cinema, CinemaCon is the event where show their cards to movie theater owners, and when Marvel shows up there, and when Marvel shows up, they usually don't show up empty-handed. They sometimes release images or news, and of course they also drop a trailer here and there to get attendees excited, but April 13 is still a long way off.
Not yet!
Not yet! Also, this would mean a trailer first presented there to the industry and then released to the public as something we've seen before with really big movies, but as fans, we don't like the idea at all. The interesting detail is that both options are still on the table, with the only detail that most Marvel insider accounts seem to indicate is that the trailer is coming in March. So this makes us think that we'll see it very soon. We'll finally know what this long-awaited movie will look like. Sometimes, Marvel's marketing strategies are a bit strange, but hopefully this high-quality trailer will be released soon so that the audience gets excited for this premiere. But of course, if you're interested in knowing about the massive leak of the climax of the Avengers...
So who's going to be running the game? Marvel, DC, or Power Rangers? Right? What other brand is it? Transformers, G.I. Joe? Who's going to be running shit in a year from now?
Day finale, we'll leave it here on the final screens along with other videos. Yada. Goodbye now from your friend.
That's the question. So with that being said, I think that's it. We're going to come back and react to the Johnny interview because there's so much in here I want to talk about. So, yeah, Ninjetti out. Your boy RiCan. The Ninjetti shall return. We out. Love y'all. Peace.
Yo, they rise from the shadows, Ninjetti in the night. Guardians of the innocent, ready for the fight. Evil in the sights, they ain't backing down. Defenders of the weak, they're the talk of the town.
Ninjetti, morphin attack, bringing hope, got the world on their back. In the darkest hour, they paved the way. Ninjetti, here to save the day.
They step to the front, fearless and bold. Against all odds, man, the story's untold. For the ones who can't fight, they take the stand. With every battle, they protect the land.
Ninjetti, morphin attack, bringing hope, got the world on their back. In the darkest hour, they paved the way. Ninjetti, here to save the day.
Through the fire, through the storm, they transform, standing tall, making sure the evil's all gone. With every move, they keep the peace. Ninjetti on the block, man, the fight don't cease.
Ninjetti, morphin attack, bringing hope, got the world on their back. In the darkest hour, they paved the way. Ninjetti, here to save the day.
Ninjetti, they never fall. Defending the weak, answering the call. In the name of justice, they're here to stay. Ninjetti, always leading the way.